Hello everyone, welcome back to the Final Fantasy XIV streams. It's been a little bit of a while since we did them, longer than we intended, and we're back. We're doing some Easter special event thingies, and also probably some leveling up, whatchamacallit, Dragoon. Let's move this lamp. So, yeah, as you probably know, we've been doing the Never Turn Back charity event, and it has kind of pushed Final Fantasy to the side a little bit. We haven't done the weekly Final Fantasy streams. Because of that, we also haven't started Heavensward. Ideally, this is the last REBORN stream, but we'll see how it goes. Let's just hop onto the game, shall we? Alright, are we on the right one? No, we're not. Based alert. What is based alert referring to? Character. We have some unfortunate bad news. Last Final Fantasy stream, where we did the end of oh, Brute Justice. Okay, yeah. Where we did the end of Before the Fall. We unfortunately lost the footage from that. We record the gameplay footage separately from the stream, so that we can use that as like B-roll if we ever need it. Also, we can always look back at our playthrough. Because of that, we're gonna have to actually like replay Before the Fall. Now, we're not gonna do it on stream. Don't worry about that. But yeah, we just wanted to mention that it happened. But yeah, it's annoying that it happened. Alright, so let's start by swapping to Dragoon. We don't have our Dragoon gear list thingy. A gear set's up there. Now it's there. And let's set up our new outfit for it. There we go. Nice. Oh, thank you. We have the current portrait, which is that one. Oh, import settings from Paladin, confirm. There we go. Alright. Yeah, this is our little special Easter stream. We couldn't think of anything better to do. So we're playing through the event. Because we want to do that regardless, so, you know. Allows us to, kind of annoying. But we're looking this way to read the, chat. Not sure how else we could do that. That's just how it's gonna have to be. Okay. Before we do anything, let's hop on over to the market board. Read a Wakfu, and that's my least favorite things in MMOs, which if I knew that I wouldn't even start. Completely player-driven economy. Oh yeah. Well, Final Fantasy XI does that as well, and you still play that. I haven't played Wakfu, but our brother was into it for a while. And look at that. Eggs. When I wake up, the first thing I... Eggs. Ears? That gonna work? No. Okay, hold on. Let me check what something is called. Okay, it's called a crown. Wait, what? Can you not buy the bunny crown? Oh, it's a gold saucer. Oh, it's a gold saucer thing. Okay. Hold on, let's hop to the gold saucer now. We're going there anyway, so it's fine. Oh, there's no NPC vendors. Wow, okay, that's... Wow, okay, yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, Moto, do you want to hop on for a call, by the way? We were considering hopping into the call channel, but since Oni is streaming BS Zelda, we figured we wouldn't. But if you want to, we could hop into a call. If you have time, if not, that's perfectly fine. Hey, look, some homosexual men here. Okay. I'll know the drill by now. Stick to one specific pattern every time we play. It has never failed us. Sure, done several things in here. Okay, yeah, sure. We'll hop into the we'll hop into the voice channel. Crappy.
Shadow.
There we go.
Hello.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Okay. Doing fine. I have a lot of Easter chocolate sitting next to me. Well,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not just chocolate, but you know, I'm not gonna
Yeah. Hello,
tell
Orlando.
what's like chips and nuts and in here.
Yeah. No, we need to get your name on screen. We just realized we haven't really done anything like this for the Final Fantasy thing. Copy. Okay.
You can't look at adventure plates with people that are offline, right?
Don't think so, no.
Okay. Otherwise, you could have just put on my in-game card that would fit. Oh, this works too, I guess.
Where?
Probably down there somewhere.
Yeah. I'm gonna get the Discord reactive image. Ever since we moved, like we used to have all our streaming scenes and such ready in the same OBS template, but we decided to move it to individual templates for every game, so that they would be small, easier to deal with. The problem with that is that like if we have like something set up for one thing, it won't be ready to just be used for another thing.
Yeah, I get it.
Kind of annoying. Hold on, I'm gonna quickly just hop onto the other ways and grab a thing from.
Okay.
And you should have a cool little bluish.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
Looks a little bit nicer.
Yeah, that doesn't clash as much with the layout. There should be a thing where you can do this react image, but like with the in-game avatars in 14, but that was probably difficult to do.
Yeah.
Yo, someone just passed by with a Necromancer title.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Explain what the Necromancer title is.
You need to complete the first deep dungeon, the what's it called? The one in Gridania.
House of the Dead.
House of the Dead. Yeah, you have to complete all 100 floors without dying once to get it.
Yeah, it's a
That
reference
is,
to
Yeah, she's running around the table. Just jump past you.
cool. That will have to do. It's not perfect, but it's something.
It's one of the titles I find particularly noteworthy because it is one of the hardest titles to get in the game.
Yeah. So let's see, bunny crown. We want the bunny sheaf crown.
24,000. Oh, that's pretty affordable.
Yeah. Then we go to glamour to. All right. Yeah. Now we are Easter-fied. Oh,
Awesome.
They wiggle now?
Wow. They
Oh,
better be
Dawn
my
Trail,
Fox
we
series in
love
that
you.
regard.
Yeah, that's a Dawn Trail edition. The graphic update. Oh, that's great. That means the other ears might actually look good as well. Isn't there one where you... Wait, this is not the one we wanted. Hold on, what the hell? This is not the one we wanted.
Huh.
Hold on. Where's the
Which
one that
one
has...
did you want?
We want the one that has one ear up and one ear down. There is one. We have it on our main. Hold on.
I know the bunny crown is both up.
Yeah, what the hell? Bunny Crown, Final Fantasy 15. There is one that has one ear down and one ear up. We're so certain we've seen it. We're so certain we have it. But it doesn't seem to exist. Did we completely misremember that? Guess so.
I'm looking right now.
Yeah, we're
no,
looking...
there's...
Yeah, there is no such thing, it seems. Huh.
Maybe Viera have a setting
No, they
for
don't.
their ears.
No, they don't, because that's one of our problems. That's one of the reasons we don't like Viera, because you can't have that. Okay, how does the regular bunny crown look?
The rabbit hat thing is both ears floppy, I know that.
Oh, those are also little. They also wiggle. Okay, what should we have? Should we have the ears up, or should we have them folded?
I personally like the folded ones.
Yeah, same on. The question is, do we want them to be white? Yeah, I think that actually looks nice with our like white skin. But maybe we want them even whiter though, if it's possible.
With the whole glamour thing, it was really funny when I first started out playing. I was looking into how you get these glamour prisms, and I saw how you can like buy them for company seals and stuff.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that seems really limiting. You're probably really gonna be short on these things. Like, oh no, not really. Not at all.
We'll just leave them. Alright, guess we can set up a Dank pot just in case. Just in case we end up playing this next week. God. Haven't played since... Actually, we did play when the patch dropped. The normal screen. Yeah, we haven't played since patch dropped. The new story and raid. The new raid is really good, by the way.
I still haven't played since the main story ended in the 0.0 patch.
Yeah, the Alliance raid from like last patch, like the one patch ago, is odd because like they're doing this Final Fantasy 11 thing where like it's one big like throwback to Final Fantasy 11.
Yeah.
But it's also like, at least so far, they're not doing like early FF11 stuff. So it's like, I mean, they kind of are, because they're involving the Shadow Lord, which like is stuff. But like, they're involving characters that like is mainly introduced in like expansion 3, from what we remember. So like, it's a little awkward, like trying to like. If you haven't played Final Fantasy 11, or if you only like started playing it because of this raid, you won't get any really like connection to what they're showing off. It's kind of odd. Then again, guess they did that with.
So they're not going with what's it called? The one where they make an overarching time travel story to connect all the expansions.
Wait, what? Which one are you referring to?
I'm trying to think. There's an expansion of sorts for 11 where
for 11.
the story is like connecting all the expansions together for like a time travel thing, and I forgot what.
It's
Rhapsodies of Vanadium.
Yeah, it's Rhapsodies. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have thought they would tie it to that story, so it would make sense if there's later characters.
They're not tying to that story. In fact, like they're not doing like a this is actually the Final Fantasy XI universe thing at all. It's odd because they already did that with the like events.
Well,
but, like
in that case, it is probably just they know that they have 3 exact raids they can do, so they probably have to be really selective about who they include. So if they are like all just in the first thing, they're probably not thinking that this will convert people to 11.
Probably not. Yeah, okay, we have a cutscene to voice.
Okay.
Let's see. Hatching tide is upon us once more. I hope the season finds you in excellent fettle. My name is Jihi Alapo, and I'll lead this annual celebration. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. May I ask your name? Tinderbox Morning Dew. Well, Tinderbox, I hope this is the beginning of a firm friendship. While I have your attention, allow me to expound upon the nature of this year's festivities. Hatching Tide has its origins in the days before the 7th Umbral Calamity, when 12 sages of an era past appeared before me in a startling vision. I've been visited by such dreams ever since, and this year was no exception. I saw a great mass of eggs, as vivid as those before you now, borne aloft unto the heavens. Making dreams manifest has never failed to lend wonder to Hatching Tide before, so needless to say, I intend to bring my latest vision to life. Speaking of which, the eggs I commissioned ought to arrive any moment now. Oh Jilly, it's a disaster! The car toppled over en route. Thankfully the driver was unscathed, but I can't say the same for the eggs. Good heavens! I'm glad to hear the poor driver was unharmed, but without the eggs, how are we to breathe life into my dream? Don't worry, I'll simply fashion some more eggs myself. Though to create the quantity required will take time, and we're already facing at least a minor delay at this point. If only I could assign someone to help you. Alas, the other dreamers are busy enough as it is, and I must see to the schedule alterations myself. But wait, Tinderbox, perhaps you'd be willing to lend a hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, adventurer. I do hope you'll consider helping us to get Hatching Tide back on track. I'll nod. Thank you! The first order of business will be procuring more of the necessary egg supplies from the merchant. A supplier should be in the market. He's a burly fellow, so he won't be difficult to spot. Only hope he has enough stock. Alright, yeah, so in Final Fantasy 14, the Easter event is like about a girl who dreams about eggs every year. It's funny because like a lot of the time they try to like tie it into the same like cultural context as like the real world events. Like, you know, they have for a Starlight Celebration they literally have like a saint delivering packages. For Heaven's Stern, they build it on like the shiny zodiac, the New Year's. But here it's just like, yeah, girl dreams about eggs once a year.
That makes me wonder if they actually did that, who is Final Fantasy Jesus?
Lightning.
Huh.
Well, I guess it depends, but like Lightning is basically a Final Fantasy Jesus in Lightning Returns. She's like, she is a chosen prophet of the god Bunivelse to like lead the people into the new era, like establish the new covenant. Of course, it ends up with like her fighting God, but you know, that's just how these things go. But yeah, she ends up like creating the real world. Spoilers for Lightning Returns, but if you get the full ending for Lightning Returns, the final cutscene shows Lightning arriving in France. Like, literally just France. Not fantasy France. So like, the entire thing in Lightning Returns is that you give birth to a new world and lead all the souls into that world. And that world is just our reality.
Dragon God, my beloved.
Alright, cutscene time. You're the dreamer who was there before, ain't ya? A right old mess, to be sure. But I'm all out of the supplies you need, though. Oh, is there really nothing you can do for us? Well, I do have some tatty olds and odds and ends. Surplus wares. I might be of use. They're all yours. Might not be exactly what you needed, but I'm sure you can cobble something together with these. The storage fees were eating me into prof. I mean, I'd rather see him put to good use. When I ordered the initial batch of supplies, I remember thinking what a kind fellow he was. Certainly proved me right. Any road, we better take stock of what he's given us. Let's see. This leather looks durable. There's some metal springs and rings I could do for a mechanism of some sort. And these lengths of timber could be cut down to a more portable size. I think these herbs and resins I used to concoct water repellent alchemical solution. Never tried it myself. This is my first time for everything. Besides that, plenty of bits and bobs. We should have no trouble when it comes to decoration. Unfortunately, we won't be able to recreate the eggs Jilly saw in her dream. These, we could make something far easier to get off the ground though. Parasols. Trick will be to making them look eggy enough.
Any rounded object looks like
yeah,
an egg
that's
from
the
far
funniest
enough
option
away. It's
by
science.
far. Yeah, any rounded object looks like an egg from far enough away. It's science. I see. We can mimic the shape of an egg with the canopy and add some seasonally appropriate patterns to the outer shell. And picture it now. Parasols are a sight more fiddly than your standard egg though. It's just the two of us, production will take far too long. So we'll need to enlist further help if society with you. Fortunately, the guild artisans should be less likely to balk at a request for parasol parts than a rush order for myriad eggs, particularly if we supply the materials. Let's first pay a visit to the Leatherworkers Guild. I'm sure they'll be able to transform a leather into something fit for a canopy. Alright. Yeah, so this time we're making golden egg parasols for umbrellas. Then we get them. Using it.
It's good you had a cutscene. I was really busy. Someone said something wrong on the internet and I had to correct them.
Oh, yeah, no, we understand that completely.
Yes, they said that Metal Gear Snake's Revenge was developed because they couldn't port Metal Gear 2 to the NES due to hardware limitations. And that's wrong because Snake's Revenge was made first. So of course it is no bearing on how MGS2 was made.
That is... Yeah, that's a baffling take. Also, Snake's Revenge is awesome.
Yes.
Snake's Revenge is like genuinely like this is gonna be this is a ridiculously hot take, but like Snake's Revenge is genuinely like probably like top 5 Metal Gear games for us.
I mean, that is not a surprise because Hideo Kojima didn't write it.
Well, that's the thing, we actually like Hideo Kojima. But like,
listen, you can like the man, but you can also admit that when it comes to writing, he's not exactly, let's say, consistent.
Yeah, no, that's true, that's true. But Snake's Revenge is like so fucking funny, and like it's so like fascinating because like it does so many different things with its gameplay. But it's cool. It's much better than Metal Gear on the NES, which is just terrible. Like.
After seeing a playthrough of the entire MGS5, I'm really in camp of like, man, I get Konami. I really know why they want them to stop.
You know, we still haven't played MGS5. We played Ground Zeroes and was like, yeah, we don't want to.
It understandable. Cutscene.
Actually, hold on. We're gonna.
Okay.
We think we have some.
Okay.
Do it. Yeah, we have a copy of Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain. We got this from our friend, big Metal Gear fan. We've never played it. Comes with like a map. But yeah.
It's very much a Kojima written Metal Gear Solid in all its length and glory, for better or for worse.
We were so hyped for this game, and Ground Zeroes just took it all out of us. Like that trailer with Garbage is Not Your Kind of People. It's like one of the best video game trailers ever. And we remember like that we watched the reveal of that trailer live from a bus heading home from Stockholm in the middle of the night. Terrible Wi-Fi, terrible quality. We watched that trailer and like when it ended on that whole you've been in a coma for quite some time. I'm afraid it's been years. We were just like, okay. We're playing this. Like, we need to get this. We're now obsessed with this game. And then we got Ground Zeroes, and we played it, and we hated it, and we haven't touched the Metal Gear games.
Yeah, I can tell you at least as much. You're not gonna get a much different impression from the Phantom Pain from Ground Zeroes. The games are, of course, very similar.
Yeah.
And also in how they are written.
Yeah, we didn't like the gameplay, but even more so, we didn't like just the tone and like.
That does not change in the Phantom
so
Pain. You're not missing out.
Mean-spirited. Like, we don't know. Like, it did not feel like a game that Kojima even wanted to make. You know? Like, it almost felt like he was just like wasting as much money as possible from Konami to like kill the series. And if that was his plan, good job. But
you know, normally I would be like, that does not sound that like I did feel it was very Kojima like in its execution, but at the same time, this is like I always call like Kojima's the video game equivalent of Tomino.
Yeah. Tomino
did do that, so like, yeah, maybe Kojima would too.
Yeah. Okay, cutscene. You must be the adventurer sister Nonota spoke of. He was just informing me of your plight. Many of our apprentices are looking forward to the Hatching Tide celebrations. You should have the guild's aid, although I'm afraid we lack some of the resources needed to work your leather into parasol canopies. The material is water resistant to a degree, but nevertheless porous. Untreated, it will degrade over time and begin to rot. Our stock of coating is perilously low at the moment. If it's a water repellent you're after, say no more. We also happen to have the necessary ingredients, so I can see to its preparation. In the meantime, could you take this timber over to the Carpenters Guild and request that they craft a parasol frame? We can meet up by the Black Rabbit Trader's stall anon. Could a parasol frame really be made from wood? Guess that's fine. It just feels... Yeah. Wouldn't you want something that's a bit more, flexible?
You can make treated wood that is not only just flexible, but it's also pretty resilient, so
that's
I think
true. That's true. Yeah, and like there are bamboo umbrellas and such, so like it clocks, but like we honestly thought they were just gonna use the wood for like the handles, not the frame. Oh well.
I mean, they also make these out of metal these days, so...
Oh yeah, these days, yeah. Oh, it's, this player has the, carbuncle ears. Those are from the Mog Station, but they're really nice.
You know, by the way, with, Wakfu,
oh,
one of the funnier things is when you have this... yeah,
It's that kind of player. Cleopatra Wildcat loves erotic and sweet things. Ooh, yeah. Okay.
Well, at least it's not advertising that one mod. Yeah. Oh my god, I forgot what it's called. There was like a specific mod with like a somewhat innocuous name, and it's like, I think it was the name of a planet or a moon or something. And if people put that word in their bio, they're basically like signaling, I have a nude skin on if you have a mod on. I just forgot what it was called.
No idea. We haven't really engaged with the modding community much. Like the most thing we know about that is like the that RP thing that like ended up on a billboard. Alright. Why do you stand there like a frightened school child? If you need something, speak! Here, have timber. And you would have us undertake the task with how little time left until Hatching Tide? Very well. The younglings in the Acorn Orchard await the festivities. For their sake, no effort will be spared in the parasol's preparation. We shall commence work right away. The associates know that the Carpenters Guild have the matter in hand. Okay. Easier. Oh. You know, it's so funny that, like, these characters are, like, standing in these guilds doing things, like, they never change what they're doing, you know? Like, they could do a thing where, like, they swap out the things every other few days or something, so it looks like the progress actually made. Like, Hartford here has been hammering this share for, what's that, 12 years? Yeah, 12 years. And, yeah.
What's to say, he's dedicated to perfection.
Yeah. It's like so funny, like you also have like these people like carving this wooden thing, and it's like, I'm not sure what it's supposed to be, but like... And I was like, it's completely unimportant. Like, it's like, most of the time, you don't even pay attention to what's on it. It's just here to, like, make it feel like things are happening. But,
you know,
it's so fun to think about. Like, they've been sawing these planks. You can't be too careful with saws. Yeah. Again, 12 years, they've been so careful that they haven't even like, continued this work.
Yeah, you know, there's something really stupid. So in Wakfu, one of the funnier perks you have for premium membership is that you get to play 3 characters at the same time, which this is a turn-based game, so of course they can make you do that. So I made one of the characters, I think it's called the Whooper Mage, and the female model has these animal ears and she's blue, so I was immediately thinking of Mint from Galaxy Angel.
Oh.
So I wanted to basically make her with that. But of course, this is an MMO, so a name like Mint is obviously gonna be taken immediately.
Yeah.
So I was like, I just made her pink and called her Mufel, and that worked. Just go to the next member of the cast.
Yeah. I trust everything went well at the Carpenters Guild. I just placed an order for the alchemical solution and a few other things besides. The next step will be to piece all the parts together into a prototype parasol. I'll bring a prototype over to Jilly once I'm finished. You can go on ahead and wait with her. Okay. Like, we do have to say, like, we don't want to sound ungrateful, but we do feel that some of the FF14 haters have a point with, like, these events have become less involved. It's like, it used to be that, like, these events would have, like, fates and stuff. Would, like, run in and collect eggs, and they would involve a lot more things than just running around talking to people.
Yeah.
It's kind of boring, and we don't know. Like, we understand that, like, they want to put resources towards other things, and they probably, like, don't want to have to, like, think up a new minigame every single year for every single event. But, like, we've been doing a few of these events now on stream, and I can't think of one that's actually felt particularly engaging. Like, which ones have we done? We've done the Christmas one, we've done this Easter one, the New Year's one, which is fine. The New Year's
Ladies' Day.
I'm gonna actually look at our playlist, see what we did, because let's see, Final Fantasy 14 playthrough is there. It is. Like, yeah, we did. Okay, to be fair, yeah, okay, you know what? We can't take it back. The whatchamacallit, Christmas event was actually pretty good this year, because, like, they did the whole thing with, like, a separate area, and, like, yeah, okay.
I liked the one from Valentine's Day, I think it was last year, where you had to do this little mini dungeon crawl thing where you have to synchronize with another player. Hey, raid for 6 people. Hey.
Oh yeah, okay. Twitch raid. How to hustle it too. Hello, Haru. Long time no see. Gow. Do I got a puppy raid? Hello, Minra. Hello, Haru. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I don't think it was last year, the one you're talking about. The synchronization Final Fantasy 14 event, that was like, we played that with, like, our friend Hikari, like, that must have been like 2018? Really long ago.
I mean,
they did reuse
I played
it
too,
times.
so they must have brought it back somewhere.
No, they did reuse it. They did reuse it a few times. Welcome back, Tinderbox. We're pleased to hear that I have adjusted the schedule to accommodate our little mishap, and all is set to proceed. How fare the eggs? Oh yeah, they're parasols now, not eggs. Hope you're happy.
That's basically an egg from the right perspective.
Yeah, perhaps doing parasols for eggs, what a wonderful idea. I can hardly wait to see what Nonata cooks up with the prototype. Though wait we must. Alright. Nonata will surely be along any moment now. Alright, take care, Manra. Sorry to keep you both waiting. Allow me to present you with the very first Arcan Egg Parasol. Oh, they look pretty nice, actually. Oh, it's a
Oh.
chocobo on top. That's cute. What a fine example of ingenuity. It's magnificent. I'm so glad you approve. With your blessing, I'll begin producing more to distribute. In the meantime, we find ourselves at a loose end. We can't let none of outstrip us in the hatching type spirit. Must be more we can do. Okay. Yeah, let's show off your parasol to the townsfolk. That sounds good. But of course, we have to promote the newest addition to the festivities. We can tell even a few Gridanians of these gorgeous accoutrements will be available to those who celebrate with us. Word will spread of its own accord. That in mind, I should keep mine unfurled and on display. You use your adventure instinct to identify those most in need of egg-themed accessory. Okay. This is gonna be a follow-around event, we're guessing. Because they really love those. The market's always busy. Let's look for potential celebrants there. Yeah, Gilly is now accompanying you. Yeah, so we talked about this before, because it's only come up during events on these streams, but the accompaniment, the NPC accompaniment thing was added in Endwalker. Like it was a big thing in Endwalker. Like every time you come to a new area, you have to walk around with the NPCs, like talk about things. And we're not complaining. We actually really like those segments, but now they force it into every event. All right, let's go. Oh yeah, have you seen that they've changed how sprinting works?
In what way did they change it?
So we're sprinting now, right?
Yeah.
And in a few seconds, we're gonna change to jogging. If you start a sprint and you run out of sprint, you don't lose your. You still get a speed bonus. So like, you can keep going at a jogging pace without having to use sprint again. So like if you're not in combat, for example, it allows you to move faster without having to like constantly like wait for your sprint to pick back up again. You don't lose back down to like regular speed again. There's like a 50% cool boost instead of 100%. Really nice.
Yeah, that makes these oversized cities much nicer to traverse.
Yeah, you just need to remember to actually use sprint once to activate it, but yeah, it's nice. The dreams are responsible for all the decorations you see throughout the city. The basket over there, for instance, I came up with the idea, and Anota worked her magic to create the final product. You just threw eggs on the ground! Professional decorator on display here. Yeah, and we decorated this corner of the apartment, and by that we mean we placed out the bottles that stand there on the floor, and like the cables that are here. This GameCube controller that lies here. Like, yeah, it's decoration. Alright, when I think back to the very first hatching tide, I marvel just how popular the occasion has become. I have so many people to thank for their efforts, yourself included. When did they add hatching tags? I don't think that was in 1.0. I'm gonna check that now. Hold on.
Yeah, you check that. I don't know.
What did you say?
You check that. I wouldn't know.
Oh, no, okay, it was in 1.0. Yeah.
Oh.
It was, the first one was on April 15th, 2011.
Now, which of these events existed in 11?
That's a good question, actually. Hold on, we need to see what... yeah, Julia Liapo. She was already talking about her dreams back then. Oh, wait, this was... Are you fucking joking?
How many Liapos are there, even?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There was 6 quests in that one, apparently. And it was about, like, chasing Spriggans that were stealing her eggs. Okay, no, sorry. There were 2 quests, but there was you could do them in any of the starting cities. Interesting. But yeah, Hatching Tide, we don't think Hatching Tide was in 11. It was... I mean, obviously if 11 has a... yeah, the Egg Hunt. The one in Final Fantasy 11. Egg Hunt Extravaganza. Annually since 2005. And yet there's not one listed for 2025. On the wiki, that is. We're sure there is one otherwise. Yep, there sure is. Same mechanic from 2024 apparently. Yeah, event moogles, blah 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 blah, trading for eggs. You can get a bunch of rewards. Furniture eggs. A dual Juno egg. Oh. What were we doing? Oh yeah, right. We were showing off the umbrella. Parasol, sorry. I say, madame, you must tell me where I might acquire a resplendent parasol like unto your own. At our Hatching Tide event, of course. How about it? Will you join us at the amphitheater? Be delighted. As a true connoisseur of eggs, both decorative and edible, I attend annually in hopes of glimpsing ovoid perfection. And this parasol surpasses my every imagining. Such elegance, such egginess. Okay, thank you, egg appreciator, but why did you ask and why weren't you already over there? If you care about this event so much. Oh, here's an egg appraiser. Oh, and she is already appraising an egg. Okay, okay. Why, that parasol's an absolute delight. Not often you see that level of craftsmanship paired with such decorative flair. This might be the finest egg-inspired apparel I've ever seen. May I ask who was responsible for this masterpiece? The Leatherworkers Guild, the Carpenters Guild, the Black Rabbit Traders, and our Dreamers all have their parts to play. And if you join us in celebrating Hatching Tide, you can receive one just like it. Ah, I should have known that the guild's artisans were involved. If it means getting my hands on a parasol, I'd be more than happy to take part in the festivities. Right?
I'm a big fan of descriptive NPC names, especially if they go into the silly.
Yeah, oh, this Mikoto is really cute. Okay. Heavens above! Is that adorable parasol fashioned after an Arcan egg? Exquisite, isn't it? If you join us at the amphitheater, you will receive one just like it. For years I've searched for a parasol as darling as an egg. Getting a sunburn soaked by turns, and you offer me one free of charge? The Hatching Tide miracle! Bet those three will tell all and sundry about our parasols. Our work here is done. Right? You know...
Yeah.
We don't understand. Level 100 players that don't have an adventure plate, we don't understand.
Especially if they are visibly making an effort to make an interesting glam.
Yeah. Like we kind of understood back when adventure plates sucked, but now they're really good.
I also understand if they like have like the default raid gear and such, and it's like, oh yeah, they don't care about glams or shit.
Yeah.
But
oh, cutscene. Like a proper cutscene. Well, that went rather swimmingly. You clearly have an eye for egg connoisseurs. I shall go and see how many attendees are gathered at the amphitheater. Feel free to join us when you have a moment. I did not think that we were gonna have like he runs off cutscene. We just figured we have to walk her back, but oh.
What was funny to me earlier when you were looking at the Mikote was you had it in such an angle that you could really see the difference between how much resolution the textures on the hands have compared to the face.
Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah, but there's been like 4 already, like interesting looking characters that don't have an adventure plate, and it's like...
maybe it's a problem is also because the game doesn't actually tell you about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Yep.
That is a really cool coat, though. That's actually why we want to like look at. Oh, it's a Yora one. Okay. One from the Nier raid.
Yeah.
The raid we love the gameplay of, but didn't like the writing of. Look, Tinderbox! Isn't the sight of those parasols simply marvelous? Where are they? Oh, okay. Eggs held aloft, just as in my dream. Hooray! We did it, Jelly! Certainly did. So we officially declare this hatching tide a success? Okay. I have to guess who this character is. Well, the key art for the Hatching Tide event this year has Ida and Papalumo in it, and if you know, you know, but don't say anything. But let's see who shows up. Hold that thought, you don't know the half of it. Okay, it's just some anime.
Oh.
My Zenta! I'm not quite sure I follow. But a few of my customers asked about the parasols, more than can comfortably gather here. In fact, nevertheless, I took the liberty of handing out stock to those who came inquiring. How many left my stall with a smile on their face and a parasol in hand? The whole city is awash in floating eggs. That's incredible! To think the parasols are bringing joy even beyond our celebration. Wait, Jelly, they're one and the same, aren't they? The celebration is spread across the city, borne by a great mass of floating eggs. You're right! I was intent on gathering people here, but the eggs in my dream were far too numerous to contain in one place. They were always meant to be seen far and wide. That our original plans met with misfortune was a blessing in disguise. We've touched the hearts of more people than I dared to imagine. No doubt in my mind, this will go down as a hatching tide to remember. Black Rabbit traders shall continue distributing parasols to those who ask. They may be free of charge, but it's drawing business in spades. Anota told me how to assemble them, so I can prepare as many as necessary. Oh, she's the one that sells, like, starting gear if you lose it. Surely, where would we be without your ingenuity, Nonata? You're not done without our able adventurer. Oh, that reminds me, I have something for you, Tinderbox. Is it the parasol? We haven't gotten one yet. Everyone else has one. That's the very second parasol I ever made. After Jilly's, of course. I thought it fitting that you receive it. With eggs aloft floating across the city, all those left is to enjoy the festivities. Your work may have finished in the box, but Hatching Tide most certainly hasn't. Yay! Is this the first parasol Tinderbox gets? Yep, because there's the active help entry for fashion accessories. So,
by the way, I
works.
remember what I was alluding to earlier. There's a custom launcher called Dalamud launcher, and that's something people put in their profiles to point out that they have a custom skin on.
Okay, so now we have the parasol on, and if you have a parasol out, you can check for the weather. This, and you can do a little parasol dance. If it's raining, splashing water and stuff. And you can set it so that you have an auto umbrella. That means that every time it starts raining in the game, you will automatically bring out the umbrella. Which is a nice feature. There are other fashion accessories. There's wings. And recently they made glasses that are fashion accessories as well. Separate from regular glasses that have been headgear. which allows you to combine other headgear that doesn't have glasses with glasses. Glasses actually appear, glasses and masks like that appear in cutscenes. Don't think umbrellas or wings do, but yeah.
You need to have once in your inventory that glass slot. Those appear in cutscenes. The fashion accessory ones don't.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. It's face wear that we think of, yeah. This is a really cool adventure place.
This is the one I mean. See the Meryl Inventorium?
Oh.
I think this is the one that signals that they have the ERP mod on.
Oh. They're a mentor.
Yeah, I was wondering because I knew that something with the moon was on the profile that people use as like a hidden message, and people put this in because it's not super obvious that they mean like mods and shit and could be innocuous, but it's like, yeah, when you know kind of thing.
Can you no longer see a player's job levels? It used to be that you could like see all the levels by examining. Did they change that?
So the tool is called Mare Synchronos. It's a plugin for Dalamut, and it basically lets you load all the visual mods that other players use for themselves. Every female Pendragon are part of my harem. OSRS player. Yep.
That's actually a pretty cool looking wall, we gotta say. We like that he actually somehow made him look old.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just that it's like it's gray, because like every character in this fucking video game has gray hair. But like, something with how they did it, like, character actually looks old.
It's with a beard combination with eyes.
Yeah, the eyes. The eyes look like kind of sunken. It's like, yeah, that's good. That's really good. We love looking at adventure plates. This is why we're annoyed when they don't have them. Okay. So we've done the Easter event. Let's... we get to do some Dragoon leveling now.
Yeah, at least that means we can be more yapping when we don't have as many cutscenes.
Yeah, I mean, we have Dragoon cutscenes too, but we can do those after we're leveled.
Yeah, it'll be less frequent for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
At least that's reasonably quick in this game, depending on how you do it.
Yeah. I have to find... yeah, we can buy a few of them. Sure. Is that all you can buy this year?
Earlier when I said it's just people with raid gear, I was like, there isn't actually all that many people who would come to this game for the gameplay specifically. If you're not into the world, the writing and the design of the characters and all that, I just don't see people having all that much fun with this game.
Really
yeah, I know, Simpkin, he's always outside the Coliseum, so you see him every single event. I still love that he's named that.
Yeah, and he looks like Snufkin.
Oh, that's what you're thinking about? I guess.
Yeah, it's Snufkin, but it's a simping Snufkin.
Yeah.
It's like... Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, the harp really fits that idea.
Alright, we don't have the G-pose. Hotkey on. So we need to take a screenshot for use on. Actually, we probably won't change the thumbnail of this stream, but what we want some kind of like, hey, happy hatching tide. Dot. Like, we're not there. There was a moment we thought was a good one. That's a pretty good one.
Oh, this one's good.
Yeah, it's yeah. We don't like the egg is the egg like the egg umbrella is not super visible in it though. Maybe that's okay.
To be honest, I think it looks really tacky and gaudy.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But like that's why we like it.
I actually don't use gold accessories or basically at all for most of my characters because I just don't like the look. But I know I mean I get why people do it.
Yeah.
But
I want one where like the umbrella is actually like we're just not sure what we want. That's not that bad.
I can't wait for the Baldur's Gate 3 stream where this is an entire stream.
Yeah,
screenshots.
so something we've been thinking about. You know, tomorrow when the Oblivion remaster thingy-majig hopefully releases.
Yeah.
We really hope they have a photo mode in that.
A playthrough that never ends.
We don't know if do you know if they ever put a photo mode into Skyrim? We haven't played Skyrim since literally it was new. Okay, we have briefly touched it, but like we haven't seriously played it since it was new.
I'm trying to think. The problem is, I know you can have a photo mode with. This was a mod. I know that. I just don't know if any of the versions actually included it. It could be that Special Edition has that built in by now, but
yeah.
It could also not be. I don't know for sure. I know that there is a Skyrim photo mode. I just don't know if there is an unmodded Skyrim that has it built in or not.
Yeah. Alright, that'll do. Alright. Leveling roulette. Let's go. And we'll wait for that. Guess we can go do some fates, maybe? Level 31. Level 30 fate. That would be... Alamigo? Little Alamigo?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Sounds about right, yeah. $28, yeah, that's good enough. I should be looking forward to starting Heaven's Sword. But, yeah, I'm not sure exactly when it will happen.
Was there a particular reason you didn't want to start it today?
Well, honestly, mainly because like we don't want to end up. We don't want it to end up where like we start it and then like we don't play again for another 2 weeks or something. We want to make sure we actually have time to like play regularly again. And also because we were already doing the Easter event and we wanted to finish leveling Dragoon first. So
I see.
yeah. So we want to try and do Heaven's Sword Acid Dragoon, just for the thematic aspect of it.
Ah, so you're not switching to Dark Knight immediately?
No, not immediately. We are absolutely doing Dark Knight, but we want to like kind of run into Estinian Acid Dragoon, you know? And also Dark Knight we're gonna have to like level from 30 anyway, so that would kind of put like a stop in the progress if we like instantly went into Heaven's Sword and then stopped playing MSQ to do Dark Knight. I think instead what we'll do is we will like we will play as Dragoon, and then like after we've done a few MSQ things, we'll swap to leveling Dark Knight or something.
Yep.
We'll see. We could also completely change our mind.
Something. I like playing tank in this game because it's easy.
Yeah.
I am always a bit surprised when people say that tank is the difficult role in this game, and either I didn't play enough DPS and healer to know how easy it can get, but I never had that impression. I was just doing my rotation, clicking like once in a while mitigation skill, and
yeah. You can do Karn with NPCs now?
Yep. You can do every around the REBORN dungeon with NPCs now.
Oh, we thought you weren't done doing the optional ones.
Nope.
Huh. Interesting.
The only thing that you can't do solo now until Dawn Trail is...
No. You can't do Cutter's Cry, you can't do Zamal Darkhold, you can't do Armwheel.
Oh, these aren't yet? Okay. Huh, I thought they had them all.
Yeah.
Guess they're still adding them. Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing you can't do in the MSQ now until as a solo player is trials, but only after the first one.
Yeah, well, and Crystal Tower.
Yeah, Crystal Tower you can't do that solo.
Okay, so only higher level raids, fates up here, so fuck this place. Going somewhere else.
You could do side quests.
No. Just no. Berlin knows? Maybe? Wait, 30. 30. Oh, it's. Oh, soul. Oh, we can do these. It's fine. Yeah, Costa del Sol is where they expect us to be right now.
I find it funny that no matter which MMO it is, side quests are usually skipped unless the game forces you to basically.
We like them.
Leveling.
They're just like we don't want to do them when we're doing leveling. We like doing them for like the actual written content. They're always terrible for XP anyway.
Yeah, I mean like across different MMOs.
Yeah.
The only game where I know that people do them regularly is in World of Warcraft because the game is set up that you have to do them to get good XP.
Yeah. Okay, are we just gonna have terrible fate luck today?
You have to go to the bad place.
Yeah, we could take the ferry, but I like it. Roll waiting list number 2. Okay.
I was mainly looking for new MMOs to play from an angle of what can I do like it's a solo thing as a relax, and what is also like really silly, strange, and unusual.
Yeah.
So I was looking at some games like that, and I think the game that stood out to me the most about silly gameplay is Project Gorgon. Which, from what I've seen of the game, is more named after the cheese than after the mythical Greek monster.
Did you watch the Yoshtra Face videos we linked in Discord about the 200 best MMORPGs?
I don't think I've watched a lot of them. I know I watched his video on EverQuest, but I didn't watch that one.
He did a video where he went through as many like top lists as possible of the best MMO, and then made a chart of all of them to like scientifically find the best MMO. It's a really funny video. Like it's done tongue in cheek, but like. Some of the ones from that list, I mean, some of the games are not MMOs, some of the games did not release, some of the games are still not out, but there are a bunch of odd little, like, unheard of, interesting looking MMOs there if you want, like, suggested things to look at.
So, I will give you one Reddit comment that described Project Gorgon, and that is the context I needed to look into the game.
Yeah.
There's an endgame loop where you can turn yourself into a cow and milk yourself, and then farm rennet from enemies to grow in real-time cheese in dungeon caves.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that reminds us of something that another streamer said. Scorpy, aka Sockpens, part of the RTVS crew, they did like a commentary for their Breaking Bad VR stream they did, and in that Scorpy talked about learning Arabic and talking to like his father in Arabic. And he was supposed to say, like, I want some milk. Like he wanted some milk, or like he needs to go get some milk or something. But he ended up saying, I need to be milked, which is apparently like very similar. Like it's like one slightly different enunciation, and that's what it becomes. Like. That's been stuck in our head for the past few days.
I remember I had an Arabic classmate who wanted to teach me like one or few words, and when he told me like a word and I repeated it, and in my head it sounded exactly the same, and when he was like, no, say it like this, and it sounded no different in my ears, and I was like, well, please, I don't know. This does not sound exactly the same to me. Please, I'm just an almond.
No, it's so difficult when you like when you come from like someone like who speaks a language from like a completely different family of languages. It's so fucking difficult.
Yeah. It was a pretty unique feeling because I never really felt that way in other languages, even very different ones from German. Even in Japanese, it's not like I was able to pronounce it all that perfectly, but at least I noticed the difference in how they say it.
Japanese have the benefit of like, there's a lot of very clear vowels, like that play a big part in it. But then you have like Chinese, for example, like Mandarin or Cantonese is the complete opposite, you know. Like if you don't know the language, it's so difficult to even figure out kind of like what the romanization would be. All right, we're not We're not tank. Do not run ahead. Oh, do we not have any good for this? Oh, we don't. What? Aw. Okay, guess we'll get some desynthesis boost just for the XP bonus.
I forgot that food does give XP bonus. When you play the game on max level long enough, you just forget that some things can give XP bonuses.
Yeah.
Do you think they do the skip?
This is
Probably,
skip?
right?
Which skip?
So when you get to the like wooden bridge section, you can just run because the distance is
Yeah. It's actually surprising they kept that. When they revamped the dungeon. Because that was originally not intentional. Like, that was just like the aggro rate for enemies not being big enough in this particular dungeon.
Yeah, because it's so much walking here in this section. But yeah.
Oh yeah, we just lost our jog because we attacked. Oh.
But you're still ahead of a tank. That's melee DPS boost. I guess range DPS also have it. Yeah, I think so. All physical DPS have it. For some reason, that I remembered. Even though I never played a physical DPS class for more than your stream. Oh yeah, I have Dancer unlocked. Let me just play Dancer for a bit.
Wonder what the next jobs are gonna be. It's like in the next expansion, they will be adding. Wait, hold on. We got DPS and cost. We got the regular physical DPS and caster last time, so it would be DPS and tank next time.
Range DPS then, right? Because we got a melee one.
Possibly. Because they don't necessarily do those things exactly the same way, but like after 2 DPS, it tends to be DPS and tank. Not sure what tank they would add, honestly, at this point.
Well, they made one relatively unique class last expansion, so it's not even super clear what they might go for.
Yeah, Pictomancer. We still haven't tried it, but it does seem strange.
It technically still existed in Final Fantasy before, though.
Yeah.
Unlike Viper, which is a completely new class.
Yeah, and even then, like, Viper specifically doesn't exist, but like, it borrows from like other existing classes.
I mean, yeah, Pictomancer does not work like the original Pictomancer does.
No, the original Pictomancer is just a blue mage. Yeah, we won't be seeing a caster next time. That's pretty much guaranteed. We don't know, like.
I hope something with a hammer.
Yeah, it's about time we get an actual hammer tank. We don't need another sword one ever again. Please, no more swords.
Only one tank doesn't use a sword, and even then they have clamps where it's a sword.
Yeah. We still think Samurai should have been a tank, personally.
I was gonna ask, wasn't Samurai a tank-ish class in 11? But no,
Yeah.
that was Ninja.
No, but in 11, Samurai was also tankish.
Yeah. 11 didn't really have a strict delineation on what is a tank and what isn't.
Yeah, because it
what isn't the
predates
role.
the MMO Trinity system.
And at least it did lead to people experimenting with other compositions more freely, and it does work. Like, you can play it non-standard.
Yeah. We've never been that fond of the Trinity system. Like, it works, obviously. But, we do think it ends up a little bit limiting in a very much not that fun way. And like it's always like tank, healer, DPS. That's actually one of the reasons we've been interested in maybe giving Elder Scrolls Online a new chance, because that game doesn't utilize the Trinity system. But then again, every time we see someone talk fondly about the Elder Scrolls Online, it's basically, it's really good if you don't mind that the combat isn't very interesting. It's like, yeah. The combat is basically just watered down as close combat. Watered down Elder Scrolls combat with some cooldowns. Oh. God, we're so excited for Oblivion tomorrow, though. If Oblivion doesn't come out tomorrow, we're gonna be so pissed. Like, we're gonna be so fucking angry. With like 4 different, like, credible leakers that, like, corroborated the April 21 Shadow Drop, date.
And the voice actor.
Oh, was there a voice actor too?
What's his name again? Who's the one who voiced the guards among many other NPCs in the game?
Oh yeah. We don't remember. Yeah, we don't remember the name either. But yeah.
Basically, was someone tweeted like, I hope they have him in the remaster because I don't want to play the game without his voice. And then he's like, "Hail, citizen!" as a quote retweet. Yeah,
like we're so hyped for it. The only thing we're worried about is that it's gonna be way too expensive. Because the price has
come out
not
tomorrow.
What did you say?
Or if it doesn't come out tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that too. But like the price is like the one thing that hasn't been leaked. That and like actual video footage, and the game itself, I guess. But
well,
yeah.
we can assume it's not gonna be premium pricing because that would be weird on a game by Shadow Drop. Not completely unrealistic, but hopefully not the case.
Yeah. We're thinking like it's like it's a game that most people who at least have it like it's when we understand it's only gonna be on Xbox and PC at launch. And on those platforms, most people who are into Elder Scrolls games likely already have Oblivion. So like it's gonna be difficult to convince them to pay full price again. You know?
Yeah.
Olympic. Alright. Forgot the word DPS. But yeah, so we're kind of hoping that they don't do a bad price range for it. Like we're like if they do it like $39.99, happy with that. We know they have a deluxe edition. If that's gonna be like $49.99 physical, okay, we're fine with that too. But yeah. And we do want to get a physical copy. Obviously not for tomorrow, because that would make no sense. But we already have like physical copies of Oblivion's multiple releases. So we want the new one as well. We're really hyped though, because like we make a lot of jokes about like Oblivion being like a shoddy game in a lot of ways, but like we really do like it. It's a really good game. Like it's not Morrowind, but it is like still really fun. And it has some.
It
really
is kind of a
things.
shoddy game, but it has its charm.
Yeah, and like we do think that like the fact that it's not made by Bethesda kind of has us thinking like maybe it will actually be polished. You know.
I'm gonna be honest, I would count it as a point against the game if you can't take a fork and clip into the temple at the start of a game and immediately
Oh
within
yeah,
10 minutes.
Definitely.
Gwen, she's in Light Shiva.
Oh yeah, hello Gwen. Yeah, this character is Light Shiva. Our main character, Yozora, is on Primal Lamia, the NA server. We have an alt on EU Zodiac as well.
She plays on NA, so she has to get hard carried by her group every time she does content.
That's not true. It is true that sometimes latency is an issue. That is true, but yeah, like when we started, there weren't any EU server. They were added much later. Britannia, nice. Yeah, it seems most EU players are on Light. I think everyone we know plays on Light, actually.
I played on Chaos because it was recommended for new players, because no one was playing on there.
Yeah.
Also, I wanted an edgy name, and Chaos Phantom does sound edgy, so...
It is so funny that Chaos is not the data center that Zodiac is on.
Yeah, it's not.
Like, why is Zodiac on the Light data center? That is so fucking ridiculous. Speaking of Twintania. Oh hey, Guild Heft.
But, Moogle is on Chaos and not on Light, so
Yeah.
that's a fair trade.
I mean, yeah, but that makes more sense. Moogles are chaotic. When are you gonna be able to play as a Moogle?
Damn, imagine if that's the race that he's agonizing about adding.
8.0. You can get a Moogle job. Get around all the gear issues.
I'm like really thinking of all these like fucking short, skimpy outfits and trying to fit them on a Moogle body.
Yeah. I mean, it's not too different from the LFL.
Gwen says, ping is good in Light, and then you end up with a French style of playing and you wish you weren't on Light. What do you consider a French style of playing? My main association with French isn't specifically a play style, it's the fact that they speak French, and if you tell them you don't speak French, they just make fun of you because you don't speak French.
French players are the worst. Sorry French people, like... Y'all refuse to write in English in the chat, and you can't even use the auto translate feature, which is like annoying. That was actually a really big problem back in the days before there was EU servers too. Like playing on the NA servers and then getting like French players.
Just to be clear, that's her opinion. I would never apologize to the French. They don't do their rotations on purpose. It's their own weird game culture.
Okay.
You know, I have found playing Wakfu, which is primarily a French MMO.
Yeah, I was about to say.
These players are really dedicated to being not helpful to you. It is insane. The only people who actually help you in that game are people who speak English to you, by which they prove they are not French.
Yeah.
It is so
We've
funny.
talked about this before.
Wakfu has a French server and an international server, and 90% on the international servers speak French to you.
So, the two of us, we went to the London Fan Fest 2 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And that was a fun event. Hoping to go to, probably was going to be the German one next time. But 2 years before that, no, sorry, 2019, 2020, when they did the Paris Fan Fest. We went to the Paris Fan Fest, right? And like, you would think that a international event that people fly in from Japan and the US to attend, they would make sure that everyone staffed at those events speak English. But no! The staff at the Paris Fan Fest, right? They would have, they all had like flags, flag pins on their jackets showing which languages they were able to talk to you in. So like basically all of the Square employees had like English and Japanese, or like English, French, and Japanese. And then there was like everyone that wasn't from Square Enix, just the French flag. Refused English. We just think like how much I'm suck for like, you know, people who like aren't even from like this continent.
Gwen, you just reminded me of my brother who was on White Mage, and he was always falling behind for so long with healing, and he had so much trouble keeping up, and we were wondering why it was so difficult for him. And when we found out that he was consistently casting Cure Free because he never read the abilities, he just assumed that Cure Free would be better than Cure 2.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to be fair, to be entirely fair, we do think that sometimes stuff like rotation and also ideal gameplay approaches do get a bit like both confusing, but also like it becomes kind of too expected in a way, because ultimately this is still like a game where everyone will have different styles of playing. Like it reminds of, there's this video essay sorry, this video essay by Dan Olsen called "Why It's Rude to Suck at World of Warcraft," and it details how like in the early days of World of Warcraft you would have people who were fully into role-playing as their characters on like the regular gameplay servers. So like there was a I think it's a gnome character that he describes who like refused to wear shoes. He always walked barefoot, and he would never run. That was part of his character, and as a result he had always had worse gear and always like was slow in the dungeons. And at a time when it was new, when the game was first out, people found this charming. People found it like a fun quirk of that character. It was kind of like a famous thing within that player group, right?
Yeah.
But then like as time went on, it became this like, it became like a point of shame. Because like you're not playing the game right, you are making things worse for the rest. When like ultimately like that's just like like, no one's forcing you to play with that player, you know? Now obviously when it comes to like group content and pickup groups, that changes a lot of things. But yeah, it's a really interesting video, and if you haven't watched the video, I say highly recommend it. It's called Why It's Rude to Suck in World of Warcraft, and it's examining this entire phenomenon of like expecting everyone to know how to play things at a particular skill level, just to not weigh other players down on casual play. Really good video.
I remember that's nothing to do with like what you specifically just said. I just when you said like style of playing, I remember there's an infamous story around EverQuest specifically.
Yeah.
And that is to do with a so-called no-rules server, which was basically like no nice play rules, no level limits, unfair battles and such,
yeah,
and full PvP. And so basically all the evil players were like the prospering ones,
yeah,
and the good guy faction was basically non-existent.
Yeah.
So someone made it their mission to try and change that around, and they abused the one rule that is enforced by engine that the server owners couldn't really force. And there's a newbie protection up to level 5. Now,
yeah,
so what this player does was really ingenious. So the problem is, of course, how do you grief a max level character with a level 5 character? You can't really do shit to them. But what you can do is pull mobs.
yeah.
So this player has made a specific build that he locked to level 5, where the only thing he did all day was lure in giants. And he did it to a lot of them. He pulled dozens, if not hundreds at some times, into the middle of towns, and just no one could really stop him. And they had to either deal with the giants who were camping all the locations they were interested in, or they just had to ignore him because they can't attack him because he has a newbie protection.
Yeah.
And his character was one of a few classes in the game that can actually consistently run away from these mobs.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
All the MMOs have such fantastic stories with strange players. Like EverQuest, Star Wars Galaxies, Ultima Online, hell, old school RuneScape. They're full of these kind of things. Speaking of, we really want to play that new RuneScape game.
Oh yeah, me too.
It looks so fucking cool.
It does. It has a lot more of a gameplay style I'm familiar with, and the house building looks fun.
Yeah,
it's
we've seen some people talk about it. It's apparently like ridiculously, like the game is mean-spirited, but like in a very engaging way. Like people have described it as like the game just kind of like bullying them into like playing more.
One of the fun things I, for example, saw was someone was building a roof, and if you've ever built a Minecraft roof, you would just slap a flat plane on top of your house and like, that's done. Or you can just make it as big and thing as possible.
Yeah.
You need to actually have support beams if you make it over the edge of the wall more than like one block. And yeah. The game's pretty strict about that, even even compared to other games. Like there is a sort of system like that in Conan Exiles, but it's not this stringent about it.
Do you recognize? Read the fate name.
Where's the fate name? 9 Ilm Snails. I see.
Yeah,
I see.
Yeah. 9 Ilm Snails.
I love the localization of this game.
Yeah, no, it's excellent. Obviously this is an old thing. This is definitely a Poggy Fox system, but like we love the modern stuff as well. That Kate, what's Kate's surname? The current localization lead. What's her surname? I don't remember, but Kate is great. Like Kate's localization efforts have been just as good.
I don't know how to pronounce her name. It's Cwynar. Winner.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, like she's wonderful. And it's also honestly, it's really nice that we have like a queer localization lead now. Like that makes us really happy. Yeah, she's really cool. If you don't know, she took over. Initially, she did like she helped out, I think, starting in Stormblood, but she became the localization lead for Shadowbringers Word, we think. Her favorite fate name is It's Never Lupus. Oh yeah, the house reference. Our favorite one. Oh, I don't even know. There's so many good ones. Like this like almost every single fucking fate name is in some ways a reference or a pun. Like they commit hard to that, and we really like that. Can that snail like disappear so we can fly, please? Is it gonna disappear at any point? It still hasn't despawned. Guess we're running to the next fate.
So my favorite is not actually the specifically about the reference, just because I read that fate name, it staggered me because it's I say it wrong sometimes too, but it's curls chase boys chase curls. Oh
yeah.
That's a correction of fate.
We said before, but our favorite quest name is every little thing she does is Magitech. And that's when you're testing the Magitech armor with Sid. Can you do it on Fate mobs? Maybe you can, we never tried. There's a lot of really good, like, quest names. I don't really have any good ones right now in the...
and like, Central Fanalan is a fate that's called Let Them Eat Cactus.
Yeah. Life material and everything, it's of course reference to Douglas Adams' life universe and everything. Dance Diplomacy, that's a good one. Believe in Yourself, that one's really good.
Best one, the Squirrel Trapper's Ride.
This is so ridiculous. That's a pretty good one.
Oh, are you looking at like
looking at we're looking through our journal on completed quests.
Oh, okay, you're not looking at fate names, okay.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. Oh, for fuck's sake! And it's with viewing cuts. No! We should have just picked. We should have just gone in with the duty support. Oh well. We put on oh, we don't have to use the umbrella in here. Oh well. Eat breakfast. Oh, we don't have the breakfast demo, do we? Fuck! We don't have anything fun on our character. What do we have on this character? There's gotta be something we can use.
Oh, what's so bad about Ifrit? It's easy and it goes fast.
Yeah, and we get no fucking experience for it. We're leveling Dragoon.
Oh yeah, right.
If we were just trying to get the roulette bonus, that would be one thing. But we're not, so it sucks. Oh well, could be worse. Could have been Titan. Or Gouda. Gouda has an even longer cutscene than Ifrit. Why do we say Ifrit? It's Ifrit.
Okay, how bad of an idea do you think it would be if Final Fantasy XIV added a hardcore server?
Oh, we would love that. We would love a hardcore server.
I mean, they would have to change the main scenario quest a little bit.
Yeah, they
because
absolutely
you do die
would
in
have
it, but you get revived, so it kinda doesn't count. So, but funnily enough, from I saw someone do a run where they tried to go deathless and and they did some other challenge. I think it was like first person as a. I don't know if this was Rogan. It was Rogan. Yeah. He said it's actually more difficult if you can't see your feet rather than being nailed to the ground as a lava. He argued that's actually harder, but yeah, but like he actually confirmed that you do die in this because you have this lock entry for death the first time you die, and you do get it if you manage to play through the game until that point without dying.
Yeah. Gwen asked, when did they add camera lock on? 2010. It's always been in the game, even in 1.0. Most people never use it because it's actually not good for gameplay because you can't run away fast if you have lock on. But if you go into your keybinds and in targeting, there is somewhere here. Is it not on targeting? Maybe it's somewhere else. Maybe it's on movement. Yeah, lock camera on target. Num0. We have it on Num0. It used to be forced in 1.0. It automatically locked on. In 14, you can have it. I think there is some way to have it automatically happen in melee combat. I'm not sure if you can do it in ranged combat. Somewhere here, character maybe. No, where is it? It is somewhere here. Oh, here, automatically lock on target when initiating auto attack. You can have that on. But yeah, since we play, like, the way we play Final Fantasy 14 is we play without the mouse most of the time. Like, we use... We get a good shot at this, maybe? So, like, if we, like, we have our left hand on WASD, that's normal. And then we have our right hand on the numpad. And the numpad we have set up for like swapping like this, locking on, making focus target, targeting ourselves. We have all that stuff on numpad. And then the directional keys, we use our thumb, like you would a thumb on a right stick on like a Xbox controller or something. We use that for the camera. So we use the D-pad for camera, and we only really use the mouse if we like are just like looking around while like auto running or something like that. Yeah, we play most of the time without mouse. mouse. We think that's nice.
It's yeah. When unfortunately MMOs specifically have this really weird elitism about how you're supposed to control the game, and I know very well that people say like, if you click buttons, you're a bad player.
Yeah, I mean sometimes we do click buttons. Like there will be times when we do end up going like, oh yeah, so it's like okay, we accidentally dragged there, but like yeah, like obviously like we can play like this. We can play the way it's supposed to be as well. We just think we feel like we have less control that way because we don't have a fancy mouse with like 10 buttons or something on it. We do have a numpad. The numpad has 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 buttons. So like 17 buttons, plus directional keys. We have access to all of that. And
I have a regular mouse. I play with none of the buttons like realigned. I just have 3 bars straight on top of each other with all the skills in the order that I learned them. I never reordered them, and I just click 90% of the buttons. I maybe use the key for taunt.
That's the other thing, right? When we're on a like a fully leveled job, where like all the hotbars are full with skills. When we play seriously, like when we play Black Mage in like raids or like on high level content on our main character, we play the same way. Like we have like the numpad, we have the thumb, and then when like it gets serious, we need to keep track of something. We just go double-handed on the left side of the keyboard to access like the buttons to the right, because we haven't changed. Like we just do the numerical row, and then we have shift for like this row, and then control for this row. So like that's how we do it. And you've seen some people like our brother plays 14 as well. Like our brother will like set it up so like it's all the keys around WASD. So like R, F, T, G, B, B. Like that's how it goes instead. It goes like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, R, T, F, G, V, B. And we can't do that. Like we find it so confusing. We will rather just like double hand our keyboard than not do that.
So it's interesting. Guild Wars 2 actually limits your bar in the sense that they basically want you to be unable to use all your abilities. So you have to like pick and choose which ones you can put on there.
Yeah.
And that also just reduces the complexity of keybinds you need for the game, because everything fits on the 8-button bar they have.
Yeah.
Now, I will point out that this does not necessarily mean you're limited to 8 abilities, because there are jobs that have like special modes where they change what abilities they have there. So it's not like this game is inherently less complex than others. It is just trying to be economical and making a balancing point out of it.
Yeah. And we agree, Gwen. Like controller players are amazing. We can play some jobs on we can play Reaper on controller. We're actually pretty good with Reaper on controller. But like we tried playing Dark Knight on controller because Dark Knight is our main tank job, and that's just like it's impossible. It's absolutely.
Oh, what do you mean? You press 1, 2, 3, and the rest is the healer's job.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you just need to map the healers adjust macro and you're done.
Just map your free button to your third combo, and it also puts in chat heal exclamation point question mark.
God, when we got really into raiding in this game back in like 2014, I think it was. We not only did we like not have a good way of playing the game in general, but like we would like often just lie down in our sofa, with like a wireless keyboard, just kind of like completely in our lap and playing again the way we described it, double handing the keyboard, and that would be like so frustrating because like we would like almost like half fall asleep in the middle of like playing. which led to some very, very poor executions of, well, everything.
Oh, that happened to me once too, but thankfully I was playing Scholar, so no one noticed.
Hey, back in the day, you couldn't say that. Back in the day, Scholar was actually difficult. You need to do active, yeah, you need to do active minion management. Not minion, pet management, and like move your pet around and stuff. Oh, fucking love this game. But yeah, no, it was funny. Like we would like just like rest in our sofa with our shitty wireless keyboard. But you know, wireless keyboard's not the most reliable thing to use for like a game with like you need to make snap decisions. Oh, what achievement is that?
A date of
100
Destiny is a
fates.
fate.
Oh, okay. Cool. But yeah, like it was fun though. Like that's how we got into things. Hell, like we told the story before, but like we once. Okay, so like we just pressed space to pause the game. We tried to press space to pause the game like a YouTube video.
Every Final Fantasy player on the world right now. Oh, Andrea pressed space. We have to stop playing now until she's back.
Oh god. Okay, so this is our laptop. It's a Surface Pro tablet. And like it has like a fold out cover keyboard like this, right? It's a shitty laptop if you want to play games, but it's really good if you just need a functional laptop to like draw and write stuff and stuff like that. We once did Zodiac what's it called? Extreme. We did Zodiac Extreme on this motherfucking tablet. This does not have a numpad, by the way. Do we still play double-handed? Yes. Do we still use the right hand on the directional keys? Yes. But we beat Zodiac on this thing.
Well, I'm trying to remember what's the name of a mountain in Heavensward, the dungeon.
The mountain dungeon. Somal.
Yeah, that's one. So I queued into this, and then I got a call from work. So basically, my job agency, they had a new job for me, and they interviewed me about it. And while I was in the dungeon, I was playing so while doing that job interview.
That's amazing.
Things you can only do as Scholar.
Yeah. The reason, okay, so, by the way, the reason we played Zodiac on that laptop, by the way, because obviously we have a computer, and we also have a PS5 and a PS4 before it. The reason we played on the laptop was because we were home for New Year's back when we lived in Lund. So we had our computer was in Lund, but we had a laptop with us home for New Year's, and we're gonna run Zodiac, and we're like, oh, yeah, we can try, and yeah, beat it on the fucking laptop. Where did we go here? Oh, glamour plates. There.
Yep, when.
Oh yeah.
Super polite was fun.
Yeah. Oh. I tested your reflexes. Is that Xenos?
Yes.
Yeah, because we watched the new solo only video last night, and
I still have to watch that.
Yeah.
I was caught up with the finale for Settled's old Rosaris Nightmare Mode run. Have you seen that?
No.
So basically made a mod for hardcore RuneScape, but he only has 1 max HP. And the mod is also configured that it basically randomizes your password if you ever die.
That's amazing.
Yes.
And
one of the funniest parts about it is his initial plan was to get the dwarven cannon. Do you know that item?
Yeah.
Do you know what that quest is? What you need to do to do that?
No.
So you have to basically repair a bunch of rails. There's 6 rails. You have to hit them a bunch of times with a hammer, and then you get the quest to get that cannon. It's not difficult. The problem is, you can hit your hand when you hit the hammer of these nails, and that's just a random chance. And you have to hit 6 of them multiple times. So he spent over 100 attempts until he was RNG enough that he got all 6 of them. He had 108 attempts burned just to do that one quest.
Holy shit. Which dungeon was it that we unlocked earlier?
Karn.
Was it?
Yeah, it's one of the optional dungeons. He even made a remark of like, "Hey, I didn't know this has NPCs now."
That would be here then, right?
Yeah.
Oh, what it was called?
No.
This one, right?
Yeah.
But that's the
that
thing.
Sounds about...
But hold on. It says we've already cleared it. Was it hard? Was it Karn hard we unlocked?
Possibly?
Yes. Must have been. You have it. Huh.
Yeah, that's true. He definitely were wherever Karn is.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, let's hop into Karn.
Take care, Gwen. Gwen's going to sleep.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Big day of playing Pathfinder.
Right.
Bye.
Yeah. Sleep well. Hop into Karn. Well, let's try. Level 35. Curtis? Sounds around that, right?
It's not fun, Curtis. I would have thought more 40-ish, but maybe.
Curtis goes to 40, but doesn't it start around 35? Yeah. Yeah, 36
To
is
be
the
honest,
here.
I'm fairly it's been a while since I did these areas.
Yeah. We do wish they actually just listed the average range on the teleport screen. Like is it Guild Wars 2? Like that has the map, like level ranges on the map.
Guild Wars 2 does have that, yes.
Yeah, we really like that.
There's a few MMOs like that.
Yeah. Oh, we actually found complete copies of Guild Wars Nightfall and Guild Wars Factions, I think.
I don't remember. I don't know what they were called. I never played Guild Wars 1 beyond the base game when it was new.
Yeah, I mean we have we already own all of them, but we found complete original releases with the little game card you got with them. That was something we really liked. Like you got the little almost like a credit card looking.
I was a different kind of person back then. I've started playing Guild Wars 1, and I kind of liked it. But the problem is, I was playing it with a friend who was really big into PvP and even into the being a little griefer and shit. And I really didn't like playing PvP. So I pretended that I was really shit at the game, so he wouldn't want to play it with me. And then I couldn't play it because he knew my account. And if I went on, he was like, "Hey, wait, why are you playing?" And he thought he didn't like that. and I just never really played it.
Yeah, we
well,
played it a lot, but it's kind of funny because like it came out shortly after World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Like 1 or 2 years after, I think. And we remember like people being like really down on it initially because like it's not quite the same type of game as World of Warcraft. People kind of expect it to be. But it's really good. Like,
you know, I always wanted to play World of Warcraft, but at the same time I always was afraid because I was 11 years old. So I was like, I don't want to ask my parents to pay me a subscription.
Oh yeah.
So I never played games that needed one. Until I had my own money to buy subscriptions, basically.
I mean, we play World of Warcraft, and we did not like it. I mean, we've given it a lot of chances over the years, but like...
And it just gets worse. That's the insane part. You just, like...
Yeah.
It somehow gets worse every single time. You
Yeah.
know? When people tell me like the writing of a game is bad, it's like it's not really difficult to imagine, considering that for World of Warcraft has clearly consistently written some pretty terrible stories.
Yeah.
I will for the current expansion, I will put it like this. Khadgar has 2 death scenes in that expansion, and he isn't dead by the end of it.
Amazing.
It's one of the things why I think crafting out an afterlife in a story is almost universally a really bad idea, because nothing in this game matters. Everyone who dies just can come back forever as much as you need them to come back. Everything can be undone. There's time travel, so no historic event really matters because you can just rewrite them if you want to.
Yeah.
You have different dimensions, so if something goes wrong, you can just pull something from a different dimension that doesn't exist, and now the problem is fixed. Nothing matters. I just don't know. Fucking,
I mean, the problem is...
Chris Metzen said he's gonna fix the plot with the next 3 expansions. I'm like, dude, it's dead. Let it go.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, there's this problem where there's a certain type of person who think that stakes are only actually, like, the only stakes that matter are, like, life and death.
Yeah.
And as a result, if characters aren't dying, it's not serious and important enough to care about. And that forces writers into establishing these kind of plot lines where characters are dying. But then, like, a lot of the time writers don't want these characters to die because they still want to tell stories about those characters. And then you end up in this loop of, like, just defanging death instead. And that's even worse.
So, I found what makes World of Warcraft so unappealing to me for its current storyline is the same reason why I don't like really Dragon Ball Super. Or, if I'm completely honest, that already started with Dragon Ball Z, but in Super it's so much more pronounced. Basically,
did we talk about this recently? I feel like we did.
I probably brought up that I don't particularly like Dragon Ball, but the main thing I was gonna bring up is one of the things that I think kills stories the most for me is when there's a problem, a thing, and the way you beat it is by tapping into some sort of unknown secret power, or some unknown secret person comes along who's like higher in the power rankings and changes the things.
Yeah.
And that works for both ways. The heroes get a secret power up, and then there's another secret more powerful villain behind the first one who was the mastermind behind it all. And World of Warcraft has pushed the envelope on this so many times. Everyone's like a fucking puppet from the next villain. It's so ridiculously predictable and just uninteresting.
Yeah.
And like I said, like I will say I don't particularly like Super, but it never got to this point where you don't even feel that anything matters at all.
We remember now. We talked about it during the last Shadow stream. We brought it up. We ended up talking about Dragon Ball on there. So we talked about it, but you were in the in the text chat.
Yeah.
We were talking about the writing surrounding Goku and relationships, and how
that was the different topic though. But yes.
Yeah, that's the reason we talked about it. Yeah.
And I still think that the main problem I wrote with there is not, yes, the way they escalate plots is the same thing. Goku gets a secret power up and it just is stronger than the villain now. Yeah. And then we get a new villain who is somehow beyond the first. Just a reminder, canonically, Frieza is the strongest being in the universe. That was established when they appeared him. This is how they announced him, and they have multiple times found someone stronger by now. So yeah. So much for that. And it really just gets itself into a loop of complete status quo, because nothing really breaks out of a loop, because that would mean characters have to change, and they don't want that.
Alright, let's see how Karn is with a duty support group.
Hey, that means you're allowed to do the puzzle.
Yeah.
Not much of a puzzle if you know the solution, but you know.
Yeah, but I do think the puzzle itself is good though, like, because the actual way you figure out the solution is a good puzzle. It's just that it doesn't change, like.
Yeah,
once you know
yeah. I will say, doing it like Sastasha is not really necessary to make it engaging.
Yeah.
Fun fact for those who don't know, there's a note in Sastasha that tells you which color the lever is you have to pull to open the door.
Yeah. So here's where it starts. Like here is the flame fruit and the grapefruit. The flame fruit and the grapefruit. What? No, sorry. The flame and the fruit. Remember that. It's important. Oh, they actually talk. Hold on. Oh. Thank you for the Twitch raid. The Oni Fox.
Hi, Oni.
Hi, Oni. They're gonna come join the voice call as well. But yeah, so the puzzle in this involves the use of 4 stones, and it's actually a pretty good puzzle, even though it's entirely optional.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, Oni. See you later, then.
How did the BS Zelda thing go? Did you finish it?
It was Zelda 2, right?
What?
Zelda 2. She played Zelda 2, right?
No, she played BS Zelda, the Satellaview broadcast system, sort of remake of Zelda 1 for the Super Famicom. The one that like you would tune into a specific point in the day, and like through satellite transmissions, like everything will play out in real time with like voice acting and.
I remember. I don't know if this was actually real or was just some sort of gag in the show, but basically you would call to their show and you have to play a game. It was Super Mario 64, and supposedly the people were playing it with their phone, and if they can beat a level, they win something. And I was always curious how the fuck you're supposed to play that with a phone. And now that I'm thinking about it, almost 30 years later, I'm coming to realize they probably just faked it.
So it's actually funny you should mention that. So like, we don't know about that particular specific example, but there was a there was a a lot of like phone-based games like that back in the 90s and early 2000s, where like people would call in and direct the gameplay through their phone. In particular, there was a video game, a computer game called Hugo, which we believe is Norwegian or Danish, we don't remember. And those were, I mean, they were fairly simple. Like, generally it was like you use you would use the numerical pad on your phone to direct your character in a direction. It could be like you were skating down like a half pipe, avoiding things, or you were trying to like skip along like ice blocks, collecting things. But Super Mario 64 we haven't heard of, but like probably work some way. Because like it's likely done through like the same kind of mechanic where like your phone inputs would get transmitted. It was fairly real time to how since it wasn't relying on the internet connection.
I actually do remember these games because I know I had some of the Hugo games.
Yeah, no, we had them as well.
I cannot remember which ones I had, but I think I had one of the first ones because I just looked them up, and it said the first game had like a labyrinth and a minecart minigame, and I very much remember those.
Yep, and we had them as well, and like well, they were originally made for like phone gaming. They were released on like computer as well, and there were other Hugo games later on that were like more regular games. But the original ones were designed specifically to be played through phones, TV.
That's incredible.
One of those things that like these days you don't see that, you know, like.
Well, one of my that's what I don't even know if this channel still exists, but we used to have like a pay TV thing, and one of the channels was just called something like Games Channel, and the only thing this channel ever did was gameplay, and it wasn't commentated, it wasn't reviews, it was just silent gameplay of games. I could watch that for hours.
Hey, look at this. The heads aren't moving.
Oh my god. They nerfed the minigame.
The duty no, it's duty support. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that's why it's... Oh my god.
Yeah, because you can't rely on the tank, like, guiding them. Right? Because it would be very difficult to, like...
I was like, oh, they make it so easy for dudes, but now, yeah, you're right about that one. How, if you're not a tank, how you're supposed to do that?
Yeah. And then we get the Fruit of Knowledge. One of the stones that we saw on the Warden earlier. Here's the Flame of Magic that we also saw earlier.
I do find it kind of fun that these dungeons have these sort of mechanics and things to do. And it does make me a little sad that none of the modern dungeon designs actually do anything like that anymore.
Yeah.
worst of
But
all,
it's like it's what we were talking about earlier. Like it's like when we talk about why it's rude to suck at World of Warcraft, that video essay. Like these
Yeah.
games come out and they start with these interesting ideas of like actually treating things like something for the player to explore and engage with. And then it becomes like an expected norm of how you're supposed to play, and suddenly all that matters is making sure you get to that style of gameplay. Now dungeons are just linear, walk from room to room, fight the enemies.
yeah,
And yet
Players don't-
somehow the same
players don't-
people, the exact same people, would be so pissed off if this game was on rails and you didn't have to move yourself between the rooms.
yeah. Or if it was just all in one room and you just had waves
Yeah.
of enemies come in.
Yeah, then all of a sudden it's not just the gameplay that matters, like combat gameplay matters. But that's effectively what it is. Like,
It breaks the illusion, that's what it does.
yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But like, once you see it, it's like, once you really internalize it, it just feels so bad to play these dungeons in later expansions because it is exactly the same way you play them. It's not even specifically around streamlining. It's down to the exact formula. You
Yeah.
pull 2 mob packs, you fight them, open the door, fight the next 2 mob packs, fight them, open the door, boss. And then you do it two additional times, and that's every dungeon in the game.
Yep. Yeah, and the issue is basically like like the dungeons just become like, look at the new pretty scenery, and the rest is
Yeah.
just the same sort of thing. And like that is fun the first time, but just like people got tired of these things when they did it the second time around, we barely play dungeons anymore unless we're leveling, like unlocking content, because like, why? You know? Like, what's the point? Like, there's nothing engaging there necessarily. Like, sometimes there will be something engaging from like a lore perspective, maybe. Like we really liked the Empty, which is a later dungeon in the Stormblood patches. But like, is it called the Empty?
The dungeon's not called the Empty, but that's the area.
Yeah. Like that dungeon really, like, we love that dungeon from like what it means and what it goes, but gameplay wise, you know, it's the same as every other dungeon in that expansion, you know? The gameplay itself is not bad, to be clear. Like Stormblood actually is like kind of where the gameplay started getting better, like in terms of like just how the combat mechanics worked and all these things, compared to like compared to like how Heavensward more fixed up the writing, but the
Oh, it's called the Burn.
the Burn, yes, thank you. Yeah, the Empty is Shadowbringers, is it?
Yeah, that's the area
Yeah, that's
outside of
Eden. Yeah. The Burn, which is also a plot point in Star Trek Discovery Season 3. Oh, now I just reminded how disappointed we were in Star Trek Discovery Season 5.
I have not watched Star Trek Discovery.
It's probably the most mixed bag Star Trek ever made. When it's good, it's really fucking good. When it's bad, it is. It's, and unfortunately, it starts off bad and it ends
in
bad.
terms of watching the Jurassic Park series you recommended to me, even though I didn't even dislike it. It's more like, I don't know. I just don't find myself a lot of times where I feel like watching Netflix shows.
Yeah. The Discovery, like, we really don't like how Discovery started. Like, season 1 we think is really bad. But season 2, excellent. Season 3, yeah, mostly excellent. Season 4, rough in like the middle, but so good by the end that it was worth it. Season 5 is just a total fucking mess. And like completely soured us on like the series as a whole, which is like not a great way for a series to go out. But yeah. I mean, it could be worse. It could have been Star Trek Picard.
Hey, that show must be incredible if you're a 60-year-old man.
Hey, Star Trek Picard Season 1 we think is one of the best fucking Star Trek shows ever.
Oh yeah, I mean like the end of Star Trek Picard is like written for old men.
But yeah, so the end of Star Trek Picard is literally just like,
The old
yeah,
men,
do you
old
like
people
old
have
things?
to save youths from the woke mind virus.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so here we go. So we picked up 4 stones, at least we hope we have. So here's the first one. It's a gem here. Oh, we're missing a stone. I'm gonna have to go back. Well, so we put in the gem here. Stones here. And here. Pick up these earth shards. Yay. So we're not going to be able to open this one. We will fix that.
So
Yeah, so here's the helmet that we need.
yeah, I don't know where you missed that.
Yeah.
It's not really a very good treasure. That's a thing where I will give World of Warcraft props. It's actually so cool how equipment works there compared to 14, even though people will hate on that idea, because it is actually really, really difficult to have exactly your best in slot gear for a specific level while you're leveling. You will have gear that's like level 20 that when you're level 40, like a lot of slots will lag behind, and it's actually such a huge deal if you find good gear for your class. And I think that makes it so engaging to actually actually look and do dungeons and do hard things or grind or whatever. And that is just an aspect that does not exist in 14 at all.
Yeah.
You never have to worry about gear. The only time you even care is if you're at the maximum level and you grind tomestones for better gear. And that's not, there's no randomness involved in that. You don't have to worry that you're going to miss out. You're just gonna get it if you do it enough times.
So, yeah. So now up here there is the Warden returns, and if you remember what was inscribed on the Warden, which okay, sorry, they call it Skills of Judgment here. You can put the right stones on there. However, if you don't remember and you don't want to go all the way back, just remember which stones you put up here on top. So the left one here and the right one here. It's the same one. So it's the flame to the left and the fruit to the right. And that will open up a treasure chamber. If you get it wrong, enemies spawn.
One of the funnier things about this quest is that people are like, when you look up this quest and like, what's the solution? There's some really smart comments on Reddit that say, oh, it's the royal flag. You can just look at the flag of Uldar. And if you do that, you get the wrong answer because the flag of Uldar has a diamond on the left and a flame on the right.
Yeah.
And they even explain this in the plot, why it is not the same flag.
Yeah.
If you pay attention.
Yeah. That's the thing, like we've done this so many times. We've been like, oh yeah, no, we know the actual answer, let us do it. And then people will be like, oh, we didn't even know there was a room there. It's like, did you not notice the fact that you didn't get the fucking, like, finished, Like the finished map? Like, how did you not notice that? This room is only accessible if you do it right.
And it gives you fuck all.
Yeah, see, this is the actual problem. If these treasures were worth a damn, people would still be doing this. They should put actual good treasures behind stuff like that.
I find it almost insulting how bad dungeon loot is. Not only is it almost entirely worthless stat-wise because you get better stuff just from progressing the main quest, it is also bad for glamour because it's undieable versions of stuff you get otherwise.
Yeah.
It's not even that they bother to give like unique.
Well, it depends on the
just...
dungeon actually. It depends on it, but a lot of the time, yes. Okay, so where did we miss the helmet? Where did we miss the helmet? We're gonna complete this map now that we can. Oh yeah, jog now actually helps us. Moving faster than we normally would. Down here? Where the fuck is this helmet? We used to know what these were. We insisted on doing these every time there was a new player. We insisted. Like, nope, we're gonna do the puzzle. Deal with it if you don't want to, but like, we're gonna do it. If you want to lose out on DPS, then by all means run ahead. We're gonna do the puzzle. Because like, a new player should get the option of like actually experiencing the puzzle and getting the full map. And like, someone's fucking roulette speed should not take priority. Ever. Anything. Not here either. Where the f is this? Yeah, we really one thing that we really hate actually, like in general, is just like this mug entitlement some players have about like their roulettes not being wasted. It's like, sorry, you're playing a fucking video game with other people. Their time is just as valuable as yours. If you weren't willing to like actually spend the time doing things, playing a dungeon properly, shouldn't have queued in the first place.
I remember, I
Here it is.
don't know which Moogle event it was, but it was one of the ones there. One of the ones where you could like get a bunch of mounts, and one of the ways you could get them fairly efficiently was by doing Castrum over and over. So I did it, I think 14 times in a day.
Yeah.
Which takes about 7 hours, by the way, if anyone wants to know. So yeah, I did 7 hours of Castrum, and one of the runs I had people who went there on a mentor roulette. And he basically bitched the entire time why people queue up in this dungeon, and that he doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, don't be a mentor then. Like,
I'm like, bro, you can literally leave. You can leave a dungeon. You can literally click on that button and say, I don't want to be here. No one's forcing you to be here.
Yeah. And again, like, it goes back to the thing we were talking about earlier. Like, the fucking, why it's rude to suck at World of Warcraft thing. Like, we're playing that video essay hard. It's a really good video essay. But like, it's this notion of like, everyone has to be a high-level pro gamer and play things exactly to the way that you get the most out of your time, the way you want it to be. I'm sorry, that's just not how any online community should ever function. Any community in general should ever function.
I only know exactly one MMO where I don't get this feel from the community.
Yeah.
And that's old school RuneScape. No one gives a shit if you do
Even
something completely
then,
inefficient.
honestly,
half of people do it, I feel like.
Even then, there's definitely some people that are like that there too. Like, but yeah, you're right. OSRS helps. The thing that helps OSRS community in general is it is kind of it grew out of a necessity for almost a more laid back, older approach to games, you know.
So
It grew out of the fact that people didn't like the evolution of combat update for RuneScape. That eventually led into RuneScape 3, which our issue with that being called RuneScape 3, by the way, aside, is the current standard of like what RuneScape is, and
so
yeah.
I actually have a slightly different idea on why that is and how that came to be, and not specifically the history of RuneScape. I'm talking about the player attitudes, and I think the problem is a lot of the time you will have screaming in the community on MMOs that the MMO is dead, there's no content, there's nothing to do, this game is boring, I'm going to play something else.
Yeah.
And every MMO wants to answer that by making as much content as they can squeeze out. They have monthly updates, sometimes some MMOs even have faster than monthly updates for new content.
Yeah.
And OSRS, very uniquely, is extremely slow with adding content because they don't want to invalidate old content, they don't want players to feel bad, they don't want players to think like, oh, I can no longer punch crabs to level melee, I'm going to be sad about that.
Yeah.
So it takes forever in RuneScape to have substantial updates to things. Like, there's still news to things coming out every now and then. And I think this specific approach from the devs really prevents that attitude from being so prevalent. Because if players want to get more out of a game, they have to get invested into the game, not the other way around. It does not make the fun for them.
That's definitely part of it. And like, and part of the reason it's like that is because, of course, originally old school RuneScape wasn't a thing. It was a fan thing. That like Jagex decided, okay, people clearly want this, we're gonna create it and actually support it as like an alternative to RuneScape 3. But like before that, it was just like a fan made recreation of the original game as it was around 2007, and like that meant that there was a set amount of content. You know, like there wasn't new content coming out for it because it was an old game that was maintained the way the old game was. But yeah, it's it's interesting, and like we also see this with like Final Fantasy 14, because like Final Fantasy 14, the devs have slowed down the patches, they've slowed down the expansion packs, and they've also minimized the amount of content in the patches from what it used to be. And some people complain about that, saying that they get less for their money now and blah blah blah. But like, we think it's a good thing overall. It used to be that like a Final Fantasy 14 cycle, it was 2 years between every expansion, almost like to the month, and in between there was like always a set of 6 major content patches, fifth one being split in 2, meaning it's 6 across 24 months, which made for this very like hectic release schedule content, and like it's just not realistic to keep going with that. We like that they have also slowed down in that regard. I can't just say anything, but nope, just cheer. Oh, starting to think we will not actually get Dragoon to 50.
Not if you're playing with duty support and going for all these funny side objectives.
Well, yeah, but like, we did try and queue in for it first.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're playing a DPS class. You have a bit more queue time than I would have, because I'm always playing tanks.
I mean, we have been playing tanks mostly on characters as well, but now we're literally like leveling a DPS class. So.
Yeah, you can't just say I'm gonna be tank as Dragoon. I know.
Yeah. And we didn't even get to 30x. We can't even do Curtis Cry. Front lines. We do front lines. Have we ever done front lines on stream? Don't think we have.
No. I've done one front line on my account. I hated it, and I never did PvP again.
Fuck it. Doing into front lines. It's really good XP.
Although I will say frontline is not as bad as the fucking whatever the fuck that's called, the 5v5 PvP thing.
Which one? The feast?
The one where you have to drive the objective down the.
Oh no, that one we love. That one we like.
I never liked playing PvP in this game.
Like that's the one PvP mode we actually like. It's Crystal
Conflict.
Yeah,
that's one.
Yeah.
I was never a huge fan of PvP and MMOs in general, so it's not really.
I mean, that we will agree with, honestly. That's why we like Crystal Conflict, because it's like more of a. I mean, it's literally a payload mode.
I was gonna say it plays like Overwatch.
Yeah.
With 14 controls instead of being a shooter.
We're still annoyed, by the way, that the Final Fantasy VII Battle Royale game never released for PC.
There's a Final Fantasy VII Battle Royale game?
Not anymore.
Rip.
Yeah, they did a full-on like Apex Legends style Final Fantasy VII game with like classes and magic and shooting, and like it was a third-person shooter. And it was like it was part of like the Final Fantasy VII storyline, like, and then exclusively released this shooter for mobile phones. Is an astoundingly bad decision. It lasted less than a year. It was one of the games that Yuji Naka ended up. Well, he didn't actually go to prison, but he fell. He went to trial for.
Oh.
He had what do you call it? Illegally played the stock market on that game, expecting it to be like a massive success.
Now that's a character name. Just Mistress Pain. That's the kind of name you would pick if you'd want to speedrun ERPing in this game. Speaking of going to court, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but one of Yu-Gi-Oh's greatest mysteries was solved recently.
Oh yeah?
So, Elemental Hero Air Neos is a card that appeared in 2008 on the Strike of Neos booster pack, and it was also featured in the anime.
Yeah.
And we've never seen him again. He was never reprinted, he was not available in any games, and even artwork that should feature him has been edited out. And until literally this week, no one knew why. Then, someone found old court documents from 2008, and they found a comic book artist called Greg White from Beyond Comics, who made a character called Rebordactyl. And he was the one who sued Konami back then. But the thing is, he didn't order them, they didn't settle, or he didn't order them to stop using the character. He was fine with some sort of deal.
Yeah.
Konami being Konami, I think what they're even more insulted by the fact that they have to pay someone is that they have to credit an artist, which famously Yu-Gi-Oh! Does not do. So they just never used the character again. So they never had to pay him anything or give him some form of attribution because they weren't using it anymore. And because the whole thing was until recently under NDAs, before this case was publicized by someone who dug up the court documents, he could never speak about it, so he couldn't even get the record clean on it.
Huh.
Also, and I'm like, I want to be positive and supportive of indie comic authors who stand up to big market giants who steal ideas from small artists and basically can get away with it almost infinitely.
Yeah.
But at the same time, his comics fucking suck. Oh my god, this is like I would put it like with how my friend put it, he out-Liefelded Liefeld. This is like the exact kind of comic you would expect in the mid-2000s. It is super stupidly edgy. And it's not, Rebordactyl himself didn't appear outside of a cameo in another comic called, I have to look up what that name was. It was a comic that he made in response to yes. It's a comic he made in response to the 9/11 attacks called Civilian Justice, which is like, imagine if you did a edgelord Shadow the Hedgehog style retelling of Captain America.
Yeah.
Tagline is, we do not attack, we defend, and the guy is basically in a motorcycle suit and he has a spear, which is the American flag.
Okay, hold on.
He fights against terrorists.
What was this called?
I can show you the comic.
No, we're gonna Google it. Just say what it's called.
Civilian Justice by Beyond Comics.
Oh god. Oh wow. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yeah, we saw it.
9/11 tribute book. Yeah, the same author did the Rebordactyl design, which he somehow never got into a real comic. I'm not actually sure why that is taking so long. Why there's never been a comic. I'm not a comic artist though, so I don't know what kind of hurdles you have there. He did say he's gonna produce a show with this. Oh, and he made another comic recently that did release called Gekido, which is about which is Japanese for wrath or something like that.
Okay.
And it is about as culturally sensitive about just Japan as Harry Potter would be about anything. It is not well written. If I read it, the Chinese Feng Shui clan, I just know. And he's, yeah, it is not a good comic. And his YouTube channel is a complete mess because he basically treats it like a Facebook page and he just uploads whatever the fuck he's talking about today on his channel, which is really funny and cute in some cases because he's like, he's reviewed like a chocolate cocoa powder he bought in the supermarket.
Okay.
And the other one, he was also like reporting on some news, which, to his credit, he is trying to stay neutral about it, but when you do see like Trump and Andrew Tate news, you do get kind of sus about the guy.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, he did say that in this view about I did watch the videos because I don't want to think like, okay, maybe he is more critical of them, and he is. But it's not on the kind of like that I think he's progressive. It's more like Trump is so shockingly racist and Tate is so shockingly misogynist that it's really hard to deny that they are.
Yeah.
Even if you're kind of a chode. But the thing I think he is he's too charitable about people. For example, the reasoning he brought up with the Andrew Tate case, why he doesn't think he's a sex trafficker, is like, he's so successful with women. Why would he ever do that?
Ugh.
Because he's lying. Like, yeah. If you take him by his word, it doesn't make sense. But if you think about that people have a capacity to say things that are untrue,
yeah,
then it makes sense. And if the Trump thing, he was like, he was like, I get like you want to defend your country, but isn't it too far? And aren't we like playing into the terrorists' hands if we just deny Muslims entirely? Like, yeah, buddy, that's entirely the problem with this.
It reminds us of when like, remember when like Elon Musk was talking talking against Israel briefly, like before he became like Trump's best friend. But he was like, oh, it makes sense that like there would be like a civil like people who were previously not radicalized in Palestine would become radicalized when you're like slaughtering their families, and then he would like suddenly realize, oh shit, I just said something that like agrees with like leftist positions. Actually, I don't agree with at all with what I just said.
You know, once you really take a realistic look at it, and I was like, I hated it when I saw it. Isn't the thing with Trump and Musk like a real life version of Burns and Smithers?
No, we don't think so. Because first and foremost, Burns actually appreciates Smithers.
That's true.
Also, Smithers is actually kind of charming. Ah, fuck! This Viper asshole is ruined my day. But we do get what you're saying, yes. It's very much like super villain and lackey. Yeah. But the difference is that it seems Trump doesn't even seem to want us, which is kind of really fun in a way. Like, obviously, like, ultimately it's like you can't even like feel too happy about that because like you're still in charge of shit regardless. But it is kind of funny how like every time Musk is like around, Trump just looks extremely exhausted at him being there. It's like you could just, not allow him to be there if you don't want him there. But he wants the support of like that particular type of tech bro, so he can't just actually like throw Musk out. What is this thing?
You're asking the wrong person.
We don't play Frontlines. One thing we do like about Frontlines is that while we're playing Dragoon right now, we could actually change to another job and we would still get the XP for Dragoon afterwards. You can use Frontlines to level a job you don't want to play.
So is it, so Trump and Elon are more like Eggman with Scratch and Grounder? Or?
Yes! we were about to object because we thought you were gonna go with Eggman and Stone, but that's more like a Burns and Smithers situation. But
Yeah.
Eggman and Scratch and Grounder, actually, you know what? Eggman and Snively.
Yeah, bad.
That's it.
Small.
That's what they are like.
I was gonna say, like, the problem with Stone is that Stone has charisma and Elon does not have
Stone,
charisma.
yeah,
He has
Stone has
negative
all the charisma.
It is
And
it is
isn't
shocking
white.
to me how you can be so rich and you can buy every fucking information channel on the planet and you still get hated by absolutely everyone. It is hilarious to me that he tried to go on a stream and body up with his fucking bootlickers and not even they show up there.
It was so funny
it is
when like
actually
Dave
so
fucking Chappelle
funny.
tried to like bring him on stage, like, oh, here's my friend Elon Musk, and people start booing him. It's like, wow, like, because like Dave Chappelle fans in like 2024 are not, you know, progressive people. They
Not in
are
the slightest.
They are very, 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 very bigoted, and not even they are like fond of Musk.
The thing is also like Elon just is. I can't even imagine someone being worse as a public speaker than him, just from a pure ability to use words.
Yeah.
Every time you see him talk, it is so fucking embarrassing, and not even just because he says bigoted shit, just because he's so bad as a speaker. That is the one thing I will give Trump. Trump knows how to speak to people. He can be on the dumbest bullshit ever,
Yeah, like
and
he
can
says
speak it
complete
with so
fucking
much
nonsense,
confidence.
but he says it in a way that people find like people find him almost relatable in a way, in the way he talks. But Musk is like so inhuman in how he like behaves. And another thing,
I wouldn't even say relatable, because the thing is, Trump can say outlandish things with so much confidence that you can't even think that he's making it up.
that
Like,
too,
when
but
he
like
says, when he makes a speech like, we're winning so much, you would almost say that we're winning too much, but no, I think we should be winning more. Completely devoid of any sense. And he says it like he absolutely 100% believes in it. And that's what draws people to him.
yes, absolutely. But he also has this effect of like he is not talking like a politician, you know?
Yeah.
He sounds like he even though he is like the most, he's like the furthest away from a like blue collar guy you can get. But the way he talks is like it makes him feel like he is more like a blue collar guy compared to like a politician. And that like wins him over in a lot of people's eyes, unfortunately. But yeah, no, it's fucked up. Meanwhile, Musk is just like Musk feels like he would fail the Turing test. Like he's just that unrelatable and just uncomfortable in how he exists. You know? We're gonna just go back in the front line. But yeah. But yes, Dr. Robotnik and Snively. We're not sure how it's pronounced in English actually. But
I would say snivelly like the adjective.
Yeah, we're guessing that's what it's like, yeah. I fucking hate this mob.
Because of how it looks.
It's so scary. This is genuinely the scariest enemy in Final Fantasy. We find the way that the fucking Final Fantasy 14 crocodile like jaws work, the way they split into three like that, with like a face false head. We find that so fucking terrifying.
It has a certain Silent Hill vibe on it.
Yeah.
I give you that.
We used to talk to like our ex about this. Like, when she got into 14, we were like, oh yeah, we fucking hate the crocodiles and cats. They're so scary, and she could not understand why we found them scary. And we was like, have you looked at them? Like,
to be honest, until you pointed out to me that this is supposed to be a crocodile, I wouldn't even have made that connection because this thing looks so freakish.
yeah, I mean, it wasn't a crocodile. It's just like,
I don't get scared by monster designs like this. I actually find them really entertaining, personally.
I mean, we do too, but there's just something about this specific one that just like really fucks with us. Like when it has his when the mouth is shut, we're like, yeah, it looks fun. But then it opens up like that, and we're just like, it just feels uncomfortable.
I can play horror games because I just don't get scared. I don't get into the atmosphere. For me, it feels too fake and too distant that I really just don't care about it.
I mean, we rarely get scared by horror games. We just enjoy them for the vibes.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's sorta where that comes from. And speaking about this type of game, I am not particularly enjoying Doom 3.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The main thing that is just so frustrating about this game has nothing to do with the flashlight or how effective the weapons are. It is, I'm in a bright corridor. I can see there are no enemies around. I go through a door. Enemies spawn behind me and come into the room from the direction I came in and then shoot me in the back.
Yep.
And that happens all the fucking time.
Yeah, the game is kind of designed for like surround sound or like really good headphones. But you can always tell like which direction things are coming from. Yeah.
By the time you notice them, they are already shooting at you, so it's not really a very good way of relying on them. If they were like actively moving around the area and you could track them from further away, that would be another thing, but they very clearly just spawn outside the door you just came from.
We're a few hours into the 21st now. Have they announced Oblivion yet?
Let me check.
We really want to know what it's gonna cost.
So it's supposedly releasing at 12 p.m. Eastern time.
4 p.m. Eastern time, so it's like 8 p.m. here?
6
p.m. Oh right, yeah, we're thinking now.
We should be in the same time zone unless there was a very dramatic tectonic shift between Scandinavia and Central Europe.
Do you really think the EU would change our time zones because of a tectonic shift? That's way too much paperwork. If they can't get rid of DST, they would not bother with that either.
The EU wouldn't, but Sweden might. Sweden like to be a little bit extra.
Sweden still hasn't got rid of daylight savings time.
I mean, neither do we. I guess you make a fair point there.
Yeah. Here, now you can see, they're crocs.
I mean, yes, and the gavial is also a marker for being a crocodile. I just never really registered them as such because...
Yeah, they don't look like crocodiles at all.
Not even a little bit.
We think they might be a Final Fantasy XI enemy originally. We're not entirely sure.
I wouldn't know.
I mean, most of the 14 enemies in like a REBORN are 11 enemies.
So apparently a data miner leak said the game is 120 gigabytes.
What? They were able to data mine that information, not the price.
How would that be tied to the price? If they maybe even leak the entire game, that doesn't mean they know how when it's sold.
Oh, we're assuming they know the size from a store listing. Data mining, like SteamDB or
let
something.
me see if I can find a...
Because otherwise you would need to data mine for the file size if you just have the game. Yeah, well, if it's 120 gigs, we're gonna have to like clear up some space.
It's X0X leak on Twitter if you wanna check them out.
X0X.
I don't know, Kron27 underscore is what he's...
Kron27.
No, an that's the person running the XOX leak site, so X0X underscore leak. That's the page that posted the leak.
X0X underscore leak. Okay, we see them, yeah. File size 120 gigabyte. Installed. Yeah, that looks like a Steam.
So here's praying that you can actually download it for the stream in time.
I mean, yeah, it should be fun. Yeah, it's kind of funny going from 5 gigabytes to 120 gigabytes.
Modern game design.
Someone in the reply says, this cover art makes me think of Doom meets medieval fantasy. Yeah, that's pretty much what Oblivion is, honestly. Oblivion is basically a Doom game.
Hey, Nether works again. How did they do that?
Hold on. Sorry, someone was being wrong in our mention. So, chew him out.
What did they say?
They said that the new Oblivion logo uses the same font as the original. It doesn't. And that the original logo looked too much like an early 2000s word art font. That's not what word art looks like. Hold on. SteamDB Oblivion Remastered. It has a SteamDB listing. Nice. Okay. SteamDB listing. One please put the fucking link. God, we
Word
hate
art
you.
are these really ugly color fonts, right?
What did you say?
Word art were these really ugly color fonts, right?
They were not ugly, but yes. It was the
some of them were, but
oh yeah, some of them were. Okay, let's see. SteamDB packages. Okay, so yeah, there's not a...
Okay, to be fair, a lot of the time that where that looked ugly has nothing to do with a font, but rather that people who don't know how to use typesetting or any form of design principles use them.
Yeah. Sorry, we're on SteamDB now. Oh, I have to fucking use the mobile thing. It's so funny. Like we talked about this before, but it's so fucking funny that Microsoft themselves have leaked information on this game, and they still are acting as if it doesn't exist. So they can do a shadow drop for some reason. So apparently the Steam listing went up on September 26th, 2023. Hmm. Some people are already seeing the game on their Steam library. How? Makes no sense. Oblivion Remastered price. People are saying almost certainly $70 for base. That's ridiculous.
I mean, that is idle speculation at this point.
It is, yeah. It's just like, come on.
Like I said, it is not out of a question. It would just suck if they did it.
Yeah. In that case, we're not sure we can do it tomorrow. We're not entirely sure we can. We'll see. And we're trying to find any like decent speculation from like people actually stuff about the price, but finding anything. Because like we feel like that's...
It's not published by Bethesda, right?
I mean, it would be. Oh, Microsoft, but yeah, I mean, they own it. Announcement April 20th, that didn't happen.
I mean, technically, if they're in America, they still have time. In Redmond, it's not past midnight yet.
So according to Pirate Nation, who cannot be trusted at all, and is a fucking bigot who should be listened to, it's gonna cost $80.
Not even Starfield costs $80. Why would it?
Yeah.
I'm looking at Bethesda's current games that they have out. 50 or 60 doesn't sound completely unrealistic. Skyrim Special Edition came out as 40. I know that. Skyrim VR is 60. Fallout 76, I think, also launched as $40 type.
Yeah, something like that.
Redfall is 40. Hi-Fi Rush is $30. Starfield 70 and Indiana Jones was 70.
Yeah, so none of the reliable leakers have said anything about the price. Hopefully they do the thing where if you sorry, we're struggling with words.
But you get a discount if you own the original
Yeah,
Oblivion.
yeah, thank you.
So people are expecting it to launch with a DLC, and I do hope they do. Though I will say to that, if Knights of the Nine didn't exist, I would be no sadder than ever.
Well, we can actually tell you ahead of time that like the leaks that are confirmed have stated that the DLC from the original game, both expansions, is part of the base game. But
okay.
But there is a deluxe edition which some kind of new added stuff. Whatever that stuff is, we don't know, but
that makes a base $70 price tag fairly unlikely. If there's
yeah,
a
that's what we're
edition.
thinking. Like, we feel like digital standard release at like, I mean, they could go as high as 60. They could probably still like people would buy it, but like, there's no way people are gonna buy a Shadow Drop re-release of a 20-year-old game $70 without any new content.
Especially since Oblivion has not aged well in the eyes of the community.
Yeah, which is a shame. It's a really good game. Like, jokes aside, like, it's fucking solid.
It dared to make a narrative, but it's not a main character power fantasy.
Yes, exactly. So fucking refreshing.
Yep. But we gotta have that power fantasy, instant gratification, explosive cinematics every 5 minutes. Zero attention span gaming.
Yep. I do wonder, like, since they're doing this Shadow Drop thing, we wonder if that means some review copies are not been sent out either.
There's one style of game that I'm sad that nothing comparable exists, but I really hope someone's picking up, and that's Elemental Fallen Enchantress. Did you ever play that game?
What did you say it was called?
Elemental Fallen Enchantress.
No, I've never played it.
So it is a strategy game fairly similar to Age of Wonders or perhaps Heroes of Might and Magic, maybe if you compare it to. And its main gimmick is all your soldiers are basically paper doll RPG figures that you can individually equip with weapons and armors, and then you can make them like as troops.
Huh.
So you can really detail customize what the stats of everything you have is, and also what they look like and shit. And I mean, it wasn't that insanely extensive as it could have been, but it's still like a kind where I was like, man, I actually wish more games would do that, where you can just completely customize each of my units if I want to.
This reminds me of actually.
The game had pre-built, so it's not like you need to do it, but
this is not a game like that, but we did just remember a game. It's an MMO called Well of Souls. You heard of it?
no.
Well, Well of Souls was an MMO from the late 90s. We think it's still around. And you could just design your own character in Paint. MS Paint.
Oh.
And use that as your player character in that game.
There is a game that had really high potential, and let me scroll through my Steam list. I need to remember what it was called, because let me once I have it, I'll tell you. Pop-up dungeon. So what Pop-up Dungeon did is you could draw every single entity in the game, so you can make your characters and the enemies look whatever you like, because
Yeah.
you make a pop-up paper doll for them, which is, I think, graphically something I didn't really agree with, because you have to make these 3D box things to build your character instead of like making like a flat image. That I would have much preferred that from an aesthetic perspective. Okay, but it also had a really extensive editor for both for your abilities and stats and everything, which sounds really cool, except for two things. First of all, you have no ability to edit a map. It will always spawn you in random generated maps, and you have no way to make a layout or even intelligent spawn for where your enemies appear. You just have a list of enemies that can spawn, and the game will just place them. The other thing, and that has to do with the ability design in the game, everything is regulated by an auto balancer. It is basically an AI that tries to balance all your abilities out, which means there's flat out a lot of things that will not work because the balancer thinks it is too unbalanced to allow you to do that, or it will counterbalance effects. For example, I tried to make an enemy that explodes, which you can't do because the ability to do your damage to yourself gets balanced to where they will always survive it. And there's many ability concepts that will not work because the game won't let you make them. And that means also that all the enemies are level scared, so you have the Oblivion problem. Nice how you bridged that back to Oblivion. Where every enemy scales with you, so leveling up is completely pointless and irrelevant, so just number go up and nothing actually changes about the gameplay.
We do wonder if they're gonna adjust anything about that remaster.
It would be an interesting choice not to do it.
Yeah.
Hi, Yukihira. This is most definitely a bot.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. You know what to do.
Yeah. Good night.
We've seen this bot message before.
It is just so interesting when they have a Z still, like it's 2005. But
it's so difficult to find good faith.
And like, come on, Shokugeki no Soma, can't you at least try and be more appropriate for the channel? Well, I suppose it's not like completely misappropriate to make an unbelievably horny show here, but
what the fuck? Oh, the fucking. We couldn't attack because we got our umbrella out.
Oh, okay.
Maybe the fate should deactivate your umbrella. Where?
Did you ever watch Shokugeki no Soma?
What did you say?
Did you ever watch Shokugeki no Soma, or it known by its English name Food Wars?
Shokugeki no Soma, don't think so.
Yeah, when it's an anime about cooking, which you wouldn't really believe considering the fact that the anime is almost entirely occupied with showing tits and asses.
Okay, yeah, we know which anime it is.
Like, I'm used to anime doing this shit in almost any show there is, but the level of which Food was committed to fan service is just... You basically have to watch hentai to beat that. It's legit more horny than Prison School.
God, listen. I think Prison School was... No. We were about to say Prison School was when we officially, like, kind of stepped away from listening to anyone saying that like the storytelling was like good enough to justify the fan service. But no.
Legitimately, Prison School is the kind of anime where if I didn't even believe it wasn't hentai until I actually saw written proof of that being the case.
Yeah, anyway, we realized that no, that's not actually one. The one that we did first was the High School of the Dead.
I bet it's a bit older than that.
It is, yes.
To be fair, I think you can make a stronger case with High School of the Dead that the plot justifies watching it than you could with Prison School. There's absolutely zero people who watched Prison School who were in there for the plot. High School of the Dead at least pretends to be teenage drama.
Yeah, it's more the whole like the kind of the kind of anime fan who can't just admit why they are watching something, you know?
Yeah.
Like for us, High School of the Dead was very much just like where we were just like, okay, fuck this, we're not gonna listen to these kind of people anymore. Because there was like, oh, it's not just a horny show, it's actually a really good story and blah blah blah, and then you like watch it and just like, no, it's just a horny fucking show. Own it, you know?
Do you have like a show where like you watched it because someone like was like either asking or begging you to watch it, and then it was like so bad that you actually got mad at the person?
You did it from the start, please.
I was like, what's like a show that you watched only because someone you know insisted on you watching it, and it's like, oh no, it's a lot better than you think, and then it's actually worse than you think, and you got mad at the person for suggesting.
There's a lot of them.
For me, that anime is, well, I have two animes where I was like, one of them was Fairy Tail. That's the better one of the two.
Yeah, we actually think Fairy Tail is alright, but yeah.
You know, depends. How much of Fairy Tail did you watch?
Pretty good amount of it. I think up until they took a break, because of, I don't know, like, having...
I don't know when she took a break, but I can tell you I watched until the Great Magic Games.
Yeah.
And I was exhausted by the end of it. Now, I wasn't upset. It was more like a thing of like, there was someone who wanted to make a Fairy Tail RP with me, and I was like, I never watched Fairy Tail. Hi, yeah, you can just watch the entire show and catch up, and then we can play that. And I was like, okay, fine. Can't be that long, right? It can be that long.
Yeah.
Especially when I was like, there was like this one filler arc where they recycled a bunch of the villains from the previous arc. I don't even really remember that all that well, the characters, because I just remember this one dude who had like this power where he just kind of nopes out of all the damage. Midnight or something it was called. Oh god, this troop was just so boring. Anyways, that's some anime where I was exhausted and disappointed by the show. But the one where I was like mad that I was mad at myself for even believing the show could be good was Gate.
Oh god.
I only watched one of those episodes and was like, why did I even think this would be any different?
Gate isn't just bad, it's just straight up like nationalist propaganda.
It's nationalist propaganda and also make being horny about an underage girl. They somehow fit that one into.
That one is not too difficult to find, so.
That's true. Like, it just added insult to injury.
Yeah. But we feel like it's fair to say that like in general, most anime you will encounter, you will not run the risk of it literally being nationalist propaganda, but you will run the risk of it sexualizing underage girls.
So the thing with nationalist propaganda is like, I'm used to American versions of this, and if you have a show about American soldiers getting into another world, you'll usually have like, damn, this is really dangerous. We are really tough guys, but we lost like men, and these are the finest men we have to offer, and they make their last stand. This kind of stuff is what American stories like. Gate is like, all of our soldiers are literally perfect. None of these guys have any chance against us. And they all run towards us and want to surrender to us and join us because we are so glorious and powerful. It is so absolutely pathetic on what level Gate actually operates on its propaganda.
Yeah.
I've seen some dog shit American stuff like Transformers movies, which is literally just military propaganda.
Yeah.
And none of them are this pathetic about it.
So, you asked us what shows we have seen that.
Yeah, but where you basically like, I should have known this is bad, but I somehow got myself into it.
Yeah, so the first one is the irregular Magic High School. Which is basically also nationalist propaganda, actually. It's like the Japanese equivalent of like libertarian nationalist propaganda. At the same time as it's trying to be like a fantasy anime magic Batman story almost. It's really bad. And of course it's the main character is also like in an incestuous relationship with his sister, because of course. Which like normally we wouldn't really even bring up, because like whatever, but it's really funny when it's like part of the same context as the rest of those things. But yeah, so like that one's really bad. Cross Angie, which technically is a show full of lesbian rep. It is also one of the worst things we have ever seen ever. Basically just edgelord, like sci-fi show where like every character is just needlessly tortured or sexually assaulted over and over again in multiple ways. Fucking horrible.
No. Okay. I have heard similar things about Cross Angie before.
Yeah, people swore to us that it was like amazing and like so fucking good, and it's the worst.
I mean, it's a lesbian mecha show. I'm like, that's not easy to catch you on that.
Exactly. Like it's like,
and even if it's bad, it's you would like, okay, yeah, I would watch a bad show about lesbian mecha pilots.
Yeah, exactly, right? But no, literally so fucking bad and disrespectful regarding its subject matter that we like basically had like a CPTSD episode develop out of watching it at one point. I had to like talk to our fucking therapist about it. Yeah, it's fuck. Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. We love Final Fantasy VII. We love Final Fantasy. Our favorite franchise of all time. Blah 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 blah. Fuck, Advent Children suck. We're sorry. Okay. It's just bad. It is
another show I watched where I was like halfway through. I should have just quit. Was Konosuba. I only watched the first season, and honestly, based on what I know now, I still ask myself, why didn't you just stop watching after like 2 or 3 episodes?
No, we agree entirely. Konosuba is fucking dire. It is so bad. What the fuck?
Yeah, don't stand in the AoE, I would recommend.
It took so much... Okay. Yeah, Konosuba, like, absolutely fucking terrible. Like, people are so willing to, like, excuse it doing every bad thing other bad isekai stuff do, because it's making jokes at the same time. As if that, like, means that it's suddenly good. Yeah, that one's really bad. Magical Girl Racing Project. Another one of those, like, needlessly edged for the torture porn shows, basically. Yeah, we're fucking withdrawing from this dude. It's fine. The Hentai Prince and the Stony Cat. Sorry, in Japanese it's Hentai Ojiri to Warawanai Neko.
That already sounds awful.
Oh yeah, it's bad. Love Lab. Fucking Love Lab. Allow us to read the description of Love Lab. At Fujisaki Girls Academy, Student Council President Natsuo Maki is the epitome of grace and perfection admired by all the young girls who attend the school. One day, Riko Kurahashi walks into the Student Council room on an errand only to discover Natsuo is practicing her kissing techniques on a pillow, an act that is neither graceful nor elegant. Riko soon discovers that Natsuo desires more romance in her life, leading her to practice romantic situations in secret. Sympathizing with her, Rika agrees to help Natsuo with her love research, named Love Lab. The project practices the essentials of love and romance, such as bumping into each other accidentally and holding hands. Soon the entire student council joins in on the fun Love Lab too. Through their research and real-life encounters, what will they learn about romance? So,
no,
that suggests a show that might be really fun if you like Yuri anime, right?
I was gonna say, that could be a description for Sakura Trick.
Yeah, it's a bunch of girls in romantic situations. No, it's painfully straight. And it also manages to be racist.
Wow.
It's bad. It's really bad.
Like I said, the synopsis you read, that could have also been the same. That could have been about Sakura Trick if you didn't tell me what it was about.
Yeah, oh god, we love Sakura Trick.
That is the plot of the show.
Well, not exactly.
Yeah, I know, but like, if you tell me it's about girls finding ways to kiss all the time, then yeah, it kinda is that.
Yeah.
Yes.
What else?
I was trying to think what the show was called. It was basically a gay groomer show. It's where like the little boys have like cat ears when they're virgins. It's like every fucking Shotacon recommends this show, and I never wanted to see it. Oh my god.
Oh, it's yes, we know which one you mean. We can't remember what it's called either.
Is it Loveless?
Yes, it is. We got in trouble over that anime once.
In trouble, okay.
You know the remember when the Netflix release of Evangelion came out? They made
I don't know what that was, but
they made a big deal that like Evangelion is finally getting re-released for the first time in like almost 2 decades. It's coming to Netflix, and it had a new translation.
Okay.
So this new translation changed the line from Kaoru from saying that he's in love with Shinji to "You're worthy of my grace." And it was such a bad translation that it became a meme to like take other like anime couples and other stuff like that and replace their like pivotal romantic moments with "You're worthy of my grace."
Okay, yeah.
So we did a bunch of those, right? And
course,
someone
yes.
explicitly asked us to do one with 2 boys from Loveless. We haven't seen Loveless. So we googled up an image that seemed to fit, and We made that, we added the subtitle, we posted it in the thread with all the other ones we were doing, right? And someone went, oh, here's Andrea posting, like, child grooming again. And we was like, fuck off. You can literally see the fucking, like, person asking us to do it, and we literally, like, don't engage with BL. Why do you think we know what we were doing here?
I mean, that's not the best excuse, but yeah.
Yeah, so that's the only context we have for Loveless. Yeah, what else do we have on our list here?
It is genuinely, if I have learned this in the boys love community, if people start with Loveless or they start like, hey, do you know Loveless? That's almost code for that they're literally pedophiles.
That's unfortunate, because we're normally like very much like...
There's probably people who like the show who aren't pedophiles, but I found that actual pedophiles use this as code to communicate that they are that in the communities.
Yeah.
I mean, it might not be the case anymore because it is kind of getting an old thing, and
it's very old.
Change up. They probably have found new tells.
Yeah, Loveless is too old now. The pedophiles aren't interested anymore. Okay, we have another one.
Okay.
Kill la Kill.
Oh.
Kill la Kill is one of our most hated anime ever. And it's so frustrating being a Shadow the Hedgehog fan because everyone wants to relate Kill la Kill to Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah,
because there's a black and red haired character in it.
Didn't even the voice actor of Shadow do like a bit where he said like that he likes the show?
Yes. The current one, Kirk Thornton. To be fair, he probably didn't write that joke. That was the for the social media thingy that they do. But
and even if he likes it, that has nothing to do with that.
Yeah. But yeah, we really don't like Kill la Kill. Absolutely fucking hate that show. And in general, we don't like anything that Studio Trigger makes. Like you can.
That's a good rule of thumb, by the way.
Apply everything we have said to like just everything made by Studio Trigger. There is some exceptions. We can't remember what they are right now.
I mean, the only shows I remember from now is Panty and Stalking with Garter Belt and Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann.
Yeah, I don't like those either.
I would agree with you on both of these, that I would not recommend them.
There is something they did that we did like. We just cannot remember what it was.
No.
Oh, actually, no. Okay. We like the Little Witch Academia OVA. The original one. Before they did the TV show, we don't like the TV show. Yeah, literally what we did was we went on to our My Anime list and looking at the like lowest rated things.
Yeah, well, I will say my original prompt was specifically about like stuff that you watch because someone was like.
Yes, we know. We're not reading out every single thing on the list.
Oh, okay.
No, we are sticking to that.
What did people recommend to me? I mean, we can expand this to like games and other TV shows too if we want to.
Wonder if the tank and healer are gonna teleport into the battle arena soon. Oh, we're dead. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Oh, Citrus. Citrus doesn't actually really apply because we did kind of like Citrus when it started. The manga, to be clear, we didn't actually watch the anime properly. But
if we count that you liked it at first and then it fell off, then I would have to say Vanguard. I loved Vanguard Season 1, really, really cool show. I like how the characters develop. I like how the things play out. It doesn't do the boring, the main character's OP thing. And they do play with that still. But they give it more interesting twists that it's not just about like the main character being the best card player ever.
Yeah.
So there's like really good moments in the show. I really liked it. Season 2 was basically, they just didn't care what happened in season 1 at all. They kind of just reran it, and then they were like, basically they learned the lessons. They learned the lessons they learned in season 1 again, and then they lost to people using a special power, which, by the way, that was the same plot they had in season 1 with someone who was actually better than these people, and they were still like struggling with that. And it's like, why are we bringing this power back? Like, we already dealt with that.
This tank is just standing.
Is he AFK?
It looks like it. It's too early for us to vote him out. Recovery of an MMO junkie. You know that one?
I wasn't finished with ranting about.
Oh, sorry.
Thank God. So season 2 was that bad, and I was like, and you wouldn't think that it gets worse from that, but thank God season 3 might be the worst viewing experience I ever had with this pleasure of having in an anime. And it's not for any reason like being offensive, portraying things in a like offensive way or anything. The reason is the entire season is based around this so-called Link Joker. It basically made everyone but the main character evil, and the entire thing is just a boss gauntlet of going through every character in the show that was turned evil, and not even in a way that relates to the character, just like generic evil guy, and they all play a stall deck with the same mechanic for all of them. It is so ridiculous. It's like someone watched the Endless Eight and said, we can do this even worse. We can make this even more unwatchable.
You know, we actually kind of stand. We'll say. we genuinely think that's art.
I mean, is it art? I would probably agree. Is it a fun and engaging viewing experience? Not really.
Yeah, it absolutely isn't. It also shouldn't be.
Yeah, but at least the Endless Eight, that had like a point to it.
Yeah,
even
yeah,
if it was unpleasant to watch. This doesn't have a point. This is literally just someone playing the Diablo boss rush mode as an anime.
Yeah. Yeah, recovery of an MMO junkie. That was really popular. A lot of people we like look up, like are friends with even now, like really like cited that one as a good one. Fucking hated it. Just grossly sexist, super heterosexual, and like frames things that really should not be viewed as romantic, and just an odd general perspective on just like gaming in general that we just did not vibe with at all. Idly Pride, similar, except it's, rather than being an MMO anime, it's like idol anime fans that were like, oh, it's so good, it's so deep, so special, and fucking garbage and super sexist.
I mean, I already know this from you, but of course, if you say like everyone on that genre likes it and you don't, that would also account for Madoka.
Yes. Yeah, Madoka is actually a very good example. Although, as much as we don't like Madoka, it's not the case of we didn't think we would like it, people said it was good, and it was worse than we thought. That's not really how that falls. How they... And we were actually we were very pumped to watch Madoka. I thought it was gonna be fucking we were gonna like it. And then we really didn't like it. But yeah, however, there's an anime called Martian Successor Nadesco, Have you heard of it?
Oh, I'm very familiar with that, yes.
Yeah. That one.
Did you already dislike the first one? Or the first season?
We really fucking hated the original series.
Oh. Okay. I was gonna ask if this is about the original series or if it's about Prince of Darkness.
No, this is not about Prince of Darkness. Although we have been tempted to watch Prince of Darkness just because we hate the original series. Everyone that kept telling us we had to watch Naruto because it was so brilliant always said that Prince of Darkness was unwatchable.
I mean, I wouldn't expect miracles here, but on the other hand, I know there's some really perversely awful shows that you somehow don't hate, so I can't tell with you if this is something.
Okay, yeah, actually about that. Full Metal Alchemist, sorry, we're starting with the name.
What?
Full Metal Alchemist. The movie.
Oh, the movie, okay, yeah.
Shambhala.
Ah, okay.
We like it.
Huh.
Yeah, people hate that one. You think it's pretty good.
I thought you were going for an angle that you don't like Brotherhood, which would be not entirely off base for you because you do like hating on popular things, but I don't think it would be in this case.
We don't hate Brotherhood. We don't like it as much as the original, but I don't hate it. It's fine. We thought it was very unnecessary to do a more manga accurate version. But like, it is what it is, and it's not bad. Good.
I mean, that is a very uncontroversial statement to say it's good, because it is probably the most popular, well, it's the best rated anime on my anime list, I think.
Yeah, and that's kind of it, right? Like, we would never say that it's bad. We don't think it should be anywhere near the top rated anime of all time.
I was like, I know, I of course know the show. I mean, it's hard not to know the most beloved anime ever. It's like being a Nintendo game and not knowing what Ocarina of Time is.
Yeah. And again, Ocarina of Time, it's an okay game.
Yeah. Hot take.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we said when Oni finished her replay of Ocarina of Time, and she was like, you know what, I like Ocarina of Time. And we were like, wow, bold stance there.
Yeah, same thing with saying like, oh yeah, Brotherhood's good anime. Although given how the anime community tends to act, just saying it's a good anime is probably already seen as an insult by many.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing.
How dare you say it's not your favorite anime?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen people be really upset with us when we say we like the Fullmetal Alchemist TV show, the original one, more than Brotherhood. But then, even though we say like, don't get us wrong, we like Brotherhood. We just like the original TV show more. People always say it's like, we don't get it. Like how can you fucking say that? And we're just like,
it's basically the same story.
Yeah, and it's paced better.
Not that big of a difference.
It's paced much better. And like every time people try to argue why it's worse, their argument is just, it's not the same as the manga though. It's just like, yeah, we know. But we're not reading the manga, are we? Like that's not how adaptations should be judged.
I actually talked about that point once, and actually it made me curious because there is actually no adaptation of the Yu-Gi-Oh manga past the original DM, and even that show has a lot of arcs in it that aren't in the manga.
Yeah.
And I was always curious, could you adapt Yu-Gi-Oh! R and the other Yu-Gi-Oh! Mangas
We
in
talked
their
about that on
form?
stream, didn't we?
Did we?
Maybe not the two of us, but we talked about Yu-Gi-Oh! R on stream recently. I think during the shadow stream.
Okay, yeah, that's true. We did talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Before, but I
Yeah.
didn't float the idea of adapting the manga. But I think you did mention it at one point that
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh! R doesn't have a manga adaptation, anime adaptation. And
Yeah.
to that, I will add that all the mangas after the original series, GX, 5Ds, and so on, have a completely different story in the manga than the anime has.
Yeah.
It starts the similar way most of the time, and then it completely diverges.
Okay, so first and foremost, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is not the top-rated anime anymore.
Oh, it's not.
Redan.
Oh yeah, that does make sense.
So okay, let's see how long it takes on this top anime ranking for us to find an anime we think is worthy to be on the top list.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me pull it up. I wanna have it visually in front of
Yeah,
me.
of course,
My
of
anime
course,
list.
of course.
My anime list, top anime. Okay, I have the same list up. Now
Alright.
I'll give you.
Redan? No. FMA Brotherhood?
Okay.
No. Steins Gate? No.
Definitely.
Attack on fucking Titan? What? No. We don't know what One Piece fan letter is? No. Gintama? No. Gintama? No. Hunter x Hunter? No. Gintama? No. Gintama? No. So, where is this Western community watching Gintama? Do they actually exist?
I mean, the first Gintama thing has 600,000 members, so apparently that is the case.
We're so confused because like we've never met anyone who's like, you know what, I really like Gintama. Like, or whatever.
I mean, I did, but like, I also don't think that's a very mainstream.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Okay. Wouldn't say top anime, but you know what? Fair enough. Bleach? No. Gintana? No. Kaguya-sama? No. Fruits Basket? No. Planet After Story? No. Gintama? No. Koe no Katachi? No. Sangetsu no Lion? No. Code
I don't even know that one.
R2? Sorry, in what fucking world was R2 the peak of Code Geass? No. Gintama? No. Monster? No. Gintama? No. Attack on Titan? No. Kusuriya no Hitori Goto? Not sure what that is.
Let me check.
Owari Monogatari? No. Oh yeah, Monogatari. That's another one.
Oh, the
that people
Apothecary
recommend to us.
Diaries.
Oh, okay. Monogatari is another series that people recommended to us, and we absolutely despise it. Violet Evergarden movie. That's the one where isn't that the one where like you're supposed to like pair her up with her fucking like foster father romantically in the end? No.
Yes.
Fucking Your Name. No. God, we fucking hate that movie. Kingdom. No.
Apothecary Diaries season 2.
Haven't seen it. Attack on Titan, no. Vinland Saga season 2. We haven't seen the anime. Maybe. Can't speak for it. Manga's pretty good. Gintama, no. Hajime no Ippo, not our cup of tea.
I like Hajime no
we can
Ippo.
respect it.
I watched it, but it is really it's really showing its age with some of its more sexist statements.
but we can respect it there.
Yeah, it's not that awful about it, but still, you can kind of see that all that macho attitude. At least not from Ippo himself. Ippo's pretty nice.
So far, it's like we've seen stuff that we either think no, shouldn't be on there, or like yeah, we can see it why it should be on there, or like it's like historically valid enough to be up on there, or maybe like we haven't seen it, or we read the manga, so maybe it's good enough. But so far we have nothing.
Oh god,
that's like,
I just
oh,
got
hell yeah, this.
I have a fit, about to have a fit in a second.
Well, we'll
Go
get
on.
there. Attack on Titan, no. Izumonogatari, no. Mob Psycho 102, no. Oredake.
That's solo leveling.
Oh no.
I'm have to rant here. You fucking weep ass trash people. This is a Korean manhwa. Why the fuck do you put this here in Japanese titles?
Well,
Solo leveling's not from Japan. Why does it need a Japanese title?
Isn't the anime? Oh, you mean the title? Okay. I think that's just a MAL standard setting. You can change it actually. Haikyuu, Karasu. What? It's Haikyuu. No. Spirited Away. Vinland Saga, the aforementioned thing. Attack on Titan, no. Monogatari, no. Jujutsu Kaisen, no. Bocce the Rock, okay.
Finally.
Number 45. That's how long it took for us to find one show we would put on the top list of best anime ever. Let's finish the top 100, shall we?
Okay.
Boku no Kokoro no Yabai Yatsu, what's that?
The Dangers in My Heart.
Okay, we have no idea what this is. Sure, okay. Cowboy Bebop. No, honestly, no. I just don't know
Tomorrow's Joe. That
like,
wasn't as interesting to me as Ippo.
Yeah, no. Kaguya-sama, no. Kingdom 4th, no.
XIV.
One Piece, no.
One Piece is only on 51. That's surprising considering how much that gets glazed.
Yeah. Shiguang Dairen Link Click. Never heard of it. Okay. The first Slam Dunk. No.
It looks kind of gay, though.
By the way,
I will give it that. Like, look at this cover art. It does look kind of gay, don't you think?
It does. But one problem we have here. Why are movies here? We're on the top anime series. Why are movies here? Anyway, Kimetsu no Yaiba, no. Kingdom, no. I think just group up some of these things, by the way. Mushishi Zoku Sho. Never heard of it. Okay, sure. Euphonium, absolutely fucking not. Holy fucking shit. This is proof that homophobia is real and still exists in the world. This is like putting Persona on the best games ever list. Oh yeah, they do. 86.
It's about to get much worse.
Shi Shikyo no Undo ni Tsuite. Heard of it? Okay. Mob Psycho no Ruronik. Oh.
I was gonna say, that's the part I meant with it's about to get much worse.
Descending Stories.
Rurouni Kenshin is proof that cancel culture isn't real, because this guy went to prison for being a pedophile peddler for 2 years, and he just continued. There wasn't even an interruption.
No, not 2 years. He was not in prison for 2 years. He was in prison less than 6 months. He got a fine. But yeah, Bleach, no. Code Geass, no. The thing we didn't know what it was. Another thing we don't know what it is. Monogatari, no. Great Teacher Onizuka. No. Violet, we got no. Bleach, no. Had it been Ippo, the aforementioned thing. Howl's Moving Castle, not a TV show. Princess Mononoke, not a TV show. Tian Guan Sifu Air? Heaven's Official Blessing, haven't seen. Iguan Daliren, haven't seen. Fate's Day Night movie, not a movie, and also, no. Look Back movie. Mushishi, no. Odd Taxi, no. Made in Abyss, no. Mushoku Tensei, absolutely fucking not.
Oh my fucking god.
Fucking, everyone who voted this higher than a 2 out of 10 should, like, just be jailed. We're a prison abolitionist. Keep the prisons for Mushoku Tensei fans. Exclusively. Shigetsu wa Kimi no Uso. What's that?
Your Lie in April.
Oh. No. Gurren Lagann, we've already talked about it. Second Titan, no. Natsumi Yu Yinsho, maybe? Kaguya-sama, no. Ping Pong Animation, maybe. Bunga Stray Dogs, no. Death Note, no. Haikyuu, no. Cyberpunk, no. Haikyuu, no. Hajime no Ippo, already talked about it. Made in Abyss, no. Made in Abyss, no. That's Median Show, maybe. Empudenki Berserk.
No.
You know what? Yeah, sure.
I actually, I mean, like, I don't get it. Like, I get this show has fans. I get that people like the show. I know why people like big strong man, big angry, he hit hard. What I don't get about the show is how many people treat this thing as like the peak of literature. Like this is some kind of holy grail of intelligently written manga. It's literally big angry guy hit big heart. It's not deep. It's not subtle in any way. And people treat like Miura wrote some absolute Shakespeare here.
Yeah, no, we agree, and we like it, but like we agree with you. It's but no, the 90s TV anime, we like it. It's good. A Dungeon Meshi. Okay, so this is on us. Haven't seen it yet. Too recent for us. We haven't watched anime in about 2 years, but probably deserves to be on here from what we've seen. The manga's good. What's this? Oh no, it's the
Rescue
fucking
Bunny Girl.
Fucking hate that one. No. Haruhi movie. Again, it's a movie, but let's pretend it's a TV show. Sure. Yeah, that's the top 100. We're not in agreement with the general anime fandom.
Okay, what's like not don't need to specifically order if you don't have one already, but like what's your favorite, what's like the top anime you would put on top of a list? Like say 5 or 10 top spots if you can think of them.
We can give yeah, sure. Okay, so we will tell you, actually here's what we'll do. We'll only TV shows. We'll give you all the TV shows we've given 10 out of 10s to.
Okay.
So, Higurashi When They Cry Kai.
Mm-hmm.
From 2007. Sound of the Sky, aka Sorano Oto, from 2010.
Yeah.
Keion Season 2, 2010.
Mm-hmm.
Girls in Panzer, Season 1. Only season, really. 2012. My teen romantic comedy Snafu, Origairu. Unfortunately, we don't like what happened after the first season, but the first season we think is really solid. Girlish Number, excellent show. Flip Flappers.
Yeah.
Laid Back Camp, Euro Camp, just apply for all the seasons. Princess Principal.
Mm-hmm.
Review Starlight. Our absolute favorite TV anime ever, actually anime ever, period. A Place Further Than the Universe. From 2018. It's actually, we might have to go further. It might be our favorite story ever. Sorayori Motoi Basho is just amazing. Like it should be mandatory watching in like film school and stuff like that. It's so well directed, so well told. It's an original story. Yeah, fantastic. Okay. Bloom Into You, which honestly we might have to knock down to a 9 because we gave it a 10 when we thought it was likely it was gonna get a second season and finish the story. So now it just ends on an unfulfilling and unsatisfying hanging note. So maybe that one doesn't apply anymore. We're not sure.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But if there one day is a second season that can complete the story, then we would put it back to 10. Adachi Shimomura. You would think that we would think the same thing there, but no. Adachi Shimomura, despite also being the same length and stopping mid-story, found a way to actually end it on a satisfying point. So even though there isn't a conclusion, it still feels like you watched a complete story. Excellent stuff. probably the best told explicit like girls love romance anime, not, at least in a single core, which is kind of funny because they don't even start dating. It happens later in the story, so yeah. Assault Lily Bouquet. Just a fun magical girl action show. Super Cub. That's also up there with A Place Further in the Universe. It's one of the best stories ever told. It's just a really fucking good story about a girl deciding to buy a Super Cub moped and what happens afterwards. And it's so unique. So, like, it's just incredibly melancholic sometimes. It's like really good. Shadow's House. Still need to watch the second season, but the first season was really good. Encouragement of Climb Next Summit, which was sort of a remaster of the short anime Encouragement of Climb, and then an original continuation of it. It's about girls climbing mountains. Really good. Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury, both seasons. Magical Girl Lyrical Nanoha, the original 3 seasons, and Vivid Strike. Bang Dream, It's My Go. Going to watch the continuation. That's it.
So, I have a hard time liking good shows. I'm too much of a hater to really give anything a 10 out of 10, even if I somehow would think that if it would deserve it, I will find a way to complain about it. So like, it's not perfect.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, do you have an anime that even if you don't think it's a 10 out of 10, or if there's better shows, but you think this is something someone made who specifically wrote this anime for me? What's that your show where it's like no one on the planet except me would like this, or at least not, if even it doesn't have to be that extreme, but like that kind of thing where it's like people will hate this, but I love this.
So there is the first one that comes to mind is an anime called Stella Women's Academy High School Division Class C3.
Okay.
Which we loved, like really loved, and no one else likes it. Like, we've talked to so many people across the anime spectrum, and everyone hates on it. And we're like, we don't get it. It's so well done, you know?
What kind of show is that?
It's a show about girls doing survival games, like airsoft gun battles. But specifically, it's about this girl that, like, she joins this club, looks up to the leader of that club, starts shaping herself after that leader, and basically changes who she is in an unhealthy way until it starts, like, unraveling her life and the club, and she's forced to come face to face with that. And people just watch it and go, "Oh wow, this main character is so unlikable. This show sucks." And we're just like, it's about something though. Like,
okay, the show that I have for this specific category is flawed in several ways, and you might immediately hear alarm bells because this is by the same author who wrote Redo of Healer.
Oh god. Yeah, okay.
So it's called The World's Finest Assassin is Reborn in an Otherworld Aristocrat.
Oh god.
Yeah, the title kind of gives away what the main plot point is. So you basically have someone who is, I could describe him as basically like an old grizzled version of Agent 47. And we just know he does hits for money, and he doesn't really have a specific reason why he does it. He is like so into being an assassin that he can't even think of himself as doing anything else but like kill for money, which is why I think of him as Agent 47, because he also kind of only has that one thing going for him. And one hit, he gets on a plane ride, and then a fighter jet appears and shoots the plane down, and that's how they got him. And then the goddess of the rebirth isekai tropes basically tells him like, okay, I need someone to kill the hero of this world, or he will actually kill everyone in there. And it's like, okay, I'll do it. And as payment, he basically got offered the opportunity that he can decide his own life, which you might see the irony in the whole setup here, and that is not lost on the show. So, but you see him grow up as from child on, and he still, from the moment of being born, actually still has his whole memory. And unlike a certain other show with a setup, he's not actually thrilled about being breastfed. It is not very fun for him to be treated like a baby. But that's just a short moment. So I just wanted to make that point. That's not what the show is going to be about.
Yeah.
So we move forward. And we, by the time he's like a teenager, he was of course born into an assassin family, so he can play out his whole strengths. And he basically tries to work towards this goal by stacking the odds in his favor, because he doesn't get super strong abilities. He got some birth powers which he can choose, but the hero has 30 of them, and he gets 4, and he doesn't get 4 perfect great ones, he gets like mediocre ones. So he needed to like basically min-max his build, if you wanna put it like that. And the way he treats other people is fucked up, but in an interesting way to me, because he isn't cruel or mean or to anything. You think like he really flipped around. It is like actually nice to people. He wants to help people. He wants to save people, protect them, have a good life. And when you see him talk later in the show to himself, and how he specifically manipulates people with that, and how it's like how people will react more positively to that. He literally just sees the concept of friendship purely utilitarian. He's so fucked up, and I love that.
So we decided to
also the way he uses magic is just by creating guns and shooting people with it.
So we decided to go to our mal profile, which for reference has let's see, a total of, where the fuck do we see the total? 914 anime rated. We decided to list them by mal score, so the average rating rather than our rating. See
what's the best show you like?
The best show we like. Let's see. So obviously the highest rated score, the highest rated show is SMA Brotherhood, which we have given an 8, and they have given a 9 out of 10. But let's see if it is the one that's the closest in score. Let's go with that instead. So we have Yo-Yo Part 5. Apparently, we gave it an 8. It has an 8.5.
Okay.
Yep. But let's instead look at the lowest rated ones. So first and foremost, the lowest rated anime that we have rated is Pupa, which the average rating is 3.28 out of 10. We gave it a 1 out of 10. But let's see if we can
controversial.
Let's see if we can find a good show that was rated low by other people. Oh god, one direct priority. Oh, we're angry again. Märchen Mädchen. Unfortunate show that kind of collapsed in on itself because of production issues, but we really liked it. it's like a magical girl isekai story where like they enter a world where like all books that were ever written can like become real in a way. Like it's complicated. But it was pretty good. And that has a 5.41 rating apparently. We gave it a 7. Um
Oh, that's how. Oh, I just looked up. That's how you pronounce it. Okay. In German, you would say Märchenmädchen.
Mädchen. Okay. Bermuda Triangle Call for Pastoral. We talked about that one the other day. That's the one based
Yeah.
on,
Vanguard.
yeah. We like that one. We gave it an 8, and the average score is 5.
Yeah, you can tell this is a spin-off of a boys show made for girls from that score.
We like it though. It's
Oh, it is good. It's just I can just tell because Vanguard is basically the classic shonen anime, and this is basically the spin-off they made. So there's probably a lot of angry people who think like, why did they make a girls show about this?
yeah. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, Urahara. We give it a 9. Average score 5. So Urahara is it's another magical girl show, but it's like based on like Harajuku underground culture. So like they like operate out of like a alt not really alt fashion, but like alt creative house that actually exists off the street in Harajuku. So like it's not on Takeshi Dodori. It's like you have to like walk out of like the main path of Harajuku to get to it. And so it's Urahara, other Harajuku. Really good show. Unfortunately, people didn't like it. It was very experimental and like odd, which don't take too kindly to.
So
We've been to the building.
We kind of moved past that, but I just thought of another anime where I got it recommended, and I thought I was gonna like it, and then I didn't really.
Yeah.
Baki. So, Baki started out, but I didn't actually dislike it. So it, of course, it is the hyper masculine bullshit anime that is basically like what the world is like in Andrew Tate's mind.
Yeah.
I am fully aware of that. I thought it was gonna be entertaining, funny trash, and it is entertaining and funny trash. Up until the point where Yujiro Hanma plays a specific role. Because this show stops being silly fan antics and being completely about sucking his proverbial dick as soon as he's on camera. It is unbelievable how much screen time this show wastes telling you how he is the greatest human ever. It is it does it in a way that is of course nonsensical, of course, but it is so unsightly overwhelming and overbearing to a point where you just think the rest of the show just doesn't matter to this guy anymore. It's
so we decided to look at our 10 out of 10 scores. We're gonna see what the highest average rating we have on a 10 out of 10 score is and what the lowest is. Well, actually, the highest one is easy. It's Bocchero. Because that was on the top 100. Nothing else is. So, ignoring that one, the highest one is... oh, is it actually gonna be... oh, that's a pleasant surprise, actually. Okay. Yeah, no, the highest rated one is actually... oh, it's a tie! What the fuck? Okay. Is it...
wow.
No, okay, no. It's A Place Further in the Universe, our favorite story ever. It's... that one won out with 0.1
nice.
Or above Eurocamp.
What's the worst perfect show?
The worst perfect show, let's see. Worst 5, 697. Okay, 550. Oh, that's Tio, the Magic Planet. We don't need to talk about that one. That's kind of a joke pick. 681. Okay, 681. It's girlish number.
Ah,
Um,
I had an interesting thought right now because I said perfect show and this is about games, and I don't know if you're familiar with the channel, but do you know the channel Many a True Nerd?
no.
Okay, so it's not that important, but it's a thing that a definition he uses, which I think really is really cool for games. Basically, his definition of a perfect game. It is basically a game that takes a specific concept or a specific idea and executes that specific concept or idea perfectly. So, a game could always be more expansive, a game could always have more content, a game could always have better graphics, blah, blah, blah. So this is his definition of what makes a perfect game. So that can be a really small game that takes a small idea and does it really well. It can also be a big game. If it accomplishes all it wants to do, then it is in his mind a perfect game. So under this idea, what would you consider is a perfect game?
Can you give the outline one more time?
Basically, you need a specific idea or a specific concept, and you execute that idea or concept perfectly. Because of course, you can make a game always have more content, more everything.
Yeah. Okay.
So
it's about the execution of a particular central idea or a set of ideas. Are you fucking serious? Breathe again.
I mean, it's a boring answer probably, but for me, an example would be Balatro.
Oh, Balatro. I mean, we haven't played Balatro, so we can't pick that one. Alan Wake is one. As is Control, actually. Pretty much all the Life is Strange games we played, we would say, fall into that. Minnesota Fats, Cool Legend. I mean, the idea behind Minnesota Fats Cool Legend is to take a literary character from a series of books and make a game about playing as him, playing pool, and that's what they do. So I guess that's a perfect game. I mean, it is one of our 10 out of 10 games on backlog.
It's a cool answer to the question, definitely.
What else? Outrun 2? Central idea there is drifting. Does that perfectly.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Maybe not all the Tony Hawk games, but
Oh, no.
definitely the first two games. They definitely nailed it.
Second one in particular, yeah. Honestly, Dino Crisis. Dino Crisis' idea was, hey, let's do Resident Evil with dinosaurs, and they fucking nailed it.
Another definition of perfection I heard is that you can't make a perfect thing by saying you can't add anything to it, but a perfect game would be something that nothing can be removed without making the game worse. I also like that definition.
Yeah, that's an interesting definition. Far Cry 2. in that case. Far
I
Cry
never
2
played
is a
Far Cry
game.
2.
Far Cry 2 is a game where all the game's various complicated and convoluted and kind of annoyingly frustrating and like in the way mechanics all work in tandem. Having to take your malaria medicine, having your gun jam, having your Jeep's motor breakdown, all these things are like, if you remove any of them, yeah, the game will be a more streamlined experience. It will also be worse.
That's a bold answer. I do like that.
Yeah, we love Far Cry 2. Like, we wish that game was made by Ubisoft so we could just like gush about it and play it, stream and talk about it. But sadly it's not. Sadly it is, rather. Far Cry 2 is such a, like, we don't understand how that game happened. How like Ubisoft was like, oh hey, we have the Far Cry brand, Crytek doesn't have it anymore, what should we do? How about a massive like wildlife sim mixed with like having to deal with malaria, and every single thing in the game can break, including your guns can start jamming from just using them. And they're selling this as a AAA game, and it's just like, how? What? This was in the middle of Call of Duty fever. How did this get greenlit, let alone released? We're happy it did.
You know,
But yeah.
it's interesting because that does actually corroborate with your opinion of another game, namely Breath of the Wild, where you hate the weapon breakage.
Correct.
But it doesn't actually build towards this idea of being in a dangerous, hostile environment where nothing, you can rely on nothing. So like, it makes sense, like, if you see it from this angle.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Far Cry 2 does what Breath of the Wild wants to do. Breath of the Wild, rather than the mechanics complementing the game, it actually like hurts it.
One of the main differences is if in Far Cry 2 your gun jams and you can't use it, that is an actual obstacle, that is an actual danger, that is something that can cause you serious trouble. In Breath of the Wild, the weapon breaking is not, it's annoying.
Yeah,
It's not
it's
a real obstacle.
annoying.
It's this game has so many weapons littered around, it's not a real obstacle, it just makes it tedious.
Exactly. Like they figured out that like these things should be problems to deal with, and also like it's not just that like it's not that your gun just randomly explode and you have to pick up a new one. Like it's not that simple. Yeah, no, Far Cry 2, we really like Far Cry 2. We would say that game is perfect in a way. Like, honestly, in both variants of the devs. Our personal definition of like perfection is more, once I was done with it, did I feel like I had a fulfilling experience that wasn't missing something, you know? Which is similar to that idea, because it's not that like you can always add things, you know? That's not the same as missing something. And like Far Cry 2, we wouldn't say Far Cry 2 is a perfect game by our personal definition. There's plenty of stuff we missed in that game, but it's definitely a case where like the game, what the game has is perfect in how it can't remove any part of it. What else do we have? Awesome things. Burnout 3. Burnout 3 is probably like a good example of a core idea executed perfectly, you know?
That's true, that I would agree with. Burnout 3 is incredible.
I mean, we personally like Burnout Paradise more, but like Burnout 3 is definitely the game that executes its idea and central themes better.
Oh yeah, and Paradise does not actually meet that criteria. There are some pain points with Paradise.
Yeah.
It's still really good, but like you do need to ignore some aspects that you enjoy.
Same thing with Revenge. We really like Burnout Revenge. Like, it has some definite problems too.
I'm trying to think if there's a Final Fantasy game that meets this criteria.
I mean, we personally think 14, like, ends there, but that depends on like what you view as like central mechanics.
Well, you would have to consider the entirety of Final Fantasy 14 then, and that would mean that you think that the plot from beginning to the end is completely written in a completely coherent, cohesive way. And
no, that's not the criteria we set though.
Okay, but it has a specific idea and it executes it perfectly. I think Final Fantasy 14 is too broad to really...
Yeah, that's fair. That's absolutely fair.
It has so much variety content that in theory you could remove without really affecting the game as a whole.
Yeah, like, no, that's fair. That's fair. If we don't go with 14, like our next favorite one is 3, and unfortunately we can't say it applies for 3. You know what? Stranger in Paradise.
That's a good one.
You cannot remove something from Stranger in Paradise without hurting it.
True.
That had a very clear central idea it wanted to convey, and it absolutely conveys that idea really well.
I usually say this also about Dark Souls. Like, I know why some people don't like this game, and I can totally get it because it is really hard as nails, but it completely and perfectly encapsulates how to make a game like that. Because one of the things that never is talked about when it comes to Dark Souls, and that is so annoying to me because people only want to talk about how hard the game is, and they are forgetting it, is the fact how the world is presented in such a diegetic way, and it is such a complete experience in that. Like, the whole idea of the story of Dark Souls is that you have this impossible task with you, and your power is to come back from the dead. And you are horribly outmatched by so many of these enemies and bosses, and they use new tricks. And the only weapon you really have is your persistence. And it executes this idea, this concept. It does that perfectly. You cannot sell this experience if you remove anything from the game.
Yeah, we agree with that.
That's also part of the rationale why I think an easy mode would actually hurt the experience, because then you no longer have this experience. Then you have a safety net that says
that depends entirely. That depends entirely what an easy mode is.
Yeah, I I have sometimes said to people that I don't think an easy mode is necessarily an accessibility concern, because there's bad ways you can make easy modes. It does not mean the game is going to be more accessible just because you have a toggle for that.
Yeah, absolutely, but the lack of an easy mode is always an accessibility issue.
My main counter to that is that many games people like don't have one, and
Yeah,
the only reason Dark Souls is held to that standard is because the game is hard.
Yeah, but like that's not really an argument.
Well,
Like that's like other games don't do it. It's not the like that's not a reason. Like more games should do it.
but I'm talking about games that are not typically listed with games. Like, for example, a very easy example to pick there is, for example, Pokemon. Barely anyone will have struggled to beat Pokemon for the lack of an easy mode. It doesn't have one. Okay, Pokemon White had an easy mode, but you have to beat the game to unlock it, so let's not count that as having an easy mode.
Yeah, that's yeah.
But the main point is, the only reason Dark Souls is even discussed in this matter is because it is, by its base difficulty, so difficult that a lot of people will not be able to clear it. So the only reason why I'm maybe a bit very picky about this specific argument is, it's not the fact that it doesn't have an easy mode, it is the fact that it is not possible to beat unless you are very persistent or very good at the game. Because, like I said, games that are easy from the outset or don't really have where no one really will have a hard time getting from start to finish. This game doesn't have an easy mode. 14 does not have an easy mode. Well, sort of, with some solo trials that individually have an easy mode, but the game overall does not, because it's not possible to make multiple difficulties with a multiplayer game that is played by the same people.
Yes, but every single solo duty, if you die, offers you 2 easier settings.
That's true, but that's still not applying for the entire game.
It's not, but again, that's not necessarily what an easy mode needs to do. But that's the thing, like, the easy mode needs to be based on what the game requires and what the game can do.
The other part, my argument is basically that I find it a somewhat arbitrary standard to say a game needs to be this easy to be considered sufficiently accessible. Like, that's something where that might be something, just my personal opinion on things, but I don't like saying like, hey, this is bad, the game should be like this, when the whole thing is just about my subjective feeling on what I can accomplish. Like I said, how easy does an easy mode of Dark Souls be to be accessible? Like, you can make the game slightly easier and it will still be probably harder than most other games. So, like, if it has an easy mode, has it done its duty? If of 90% who couldn't beat it, now 80% can't beat it anymore? Or does it need to be that everyone can beat it now and has no challenge at all in it? That's the thing, like. And the other trapping that I don't really see discussed is leaving this choice in the hands of the players is not always delivering the best experience, because players don't necessarily have the knowledge required to make the assessment on what the game should be.
Well, we would actually disagree. We think that's a very commonly talked about point in regards to these things. And we also agree that, like, it's definitely not always something that the players are good in judging. However, what we think we need to do in general is just involving more dynamic ways of adjusting gameplay experience. Because like one of the problems right now is that we're talking. It's like we are talking about easy modes as if that's the only way difficulty can be handled. But like,
Yeah.
an easy mode is explicitly a separate mode, which like, honestly, these days it's not really much of a thing. Like,
Yeah, and
yeah,
that's also my main thing. It's not that I think there couldn't have been more ways to make the story more accessible for people to enjoy. It's that I think that saying this game just needs an easy mode toggle is silly, because it's basically just arbitrarily saying you should be just able to fiddle around with the game. No, that's the job of a game designer. It should not be the responsibility of the players to craft their experience. Like,
but
yeah,
why can't
it's
it?
okay if you can. No, if you can adjust your experience, that in itself is fine. But basically presupposing that a game needs to put it in the hand of the players for a game to be enjoyable is, I think, thinking about it backwards. It's
Yeah, but you also end up with the other way around, where like a game like Dark Souls, for example, like you described it as a perfect game because of the way it handles things like persistence. But for other players, it will then be a terrible game because
yeah,
yeah. So like,
there might be a
Yeah.
philosophical difference where I don't agree with a lot of people, because there are people who think a game should be accessible to everyone, and I don't think a game needs to be made that everyone can enjoy it.
I mean, sure, but we do think as a game designer, you generally want game
Yeah,
to be enjoyed by most people.
and
I mean, it's the same with like any other work of art. Like,
yeah, but a common conception where I tend to hold against is when people specifically mention disability, and I'm talking like actual medical condition disability, not just the disability of being good at Dark Souls. One of the problems I have with that statement is because I don't think a lot of games hold up to complete scrutiny when you really break it down. For example, there are a lot of games that just require you to have the ability to either hear sound or see things to be able to play it. And there is, for a lot of games, there is no way around that. And
Yeah,
it's
but-
like, is it bad to have a game that wants you to use your senses to play it?
to a degree, yes, I would say. And then, like, we don't think that's a very strong argument because that's basically a whataboutism. And like, I mean, there's a reason why like there's like a big push for a standardization of accessibility options. That in large part involve things like tools for disabilities. I mean, we're hard of hearing personally, and we struggle a lot with games because of that. Oh, we struggle with this game because of that. And we used to use the this thing, visual alerts. We used to use this. We ended up having to turn it off because it's like pretty much completely useless. And that sucks. Because it means that our only option, if we want to actually play at a high level in Final Fantasy 14, is to turn off music, turn off ambient sounds, turn off performance, possibly turn off voice, play the game like this. Then we can perform at the same level as the average person that plays with these things on. And that's even worse for other people that have more severe disabilities. And it sucks, honestly, that these things are not looked at more by game developers and game publishers, because in every other work of medium, there are massive strides made for these things. We still haven't even standardized subtitles in games.
I mean, yeah, I think I came off too harsh with how I put my earlier argument. I trying to get to that idea in a sense where it's like the concept of challenge itself is of course not a thing that has anything to do with ability or disability. There's of course a degree to what is challenging to a player, of course, but at the same time, but the main concern is the actually marrying this experience to not take away from the main experience of the game itself.
Yeah.
Because you can make every game very easily completable for virtually anyone, but even a disabled person will not enjoy necessarily a game that basically plays itself, where you don't have to do any inputs.
Of course not. Of course not. The goal should be to even the experience. The goal should be to like allow for people, regardless of their cognitive abilities, of their like motor skills, or their perception abilities, to get through a game on like the same level of challenge as someone without any of those struggles would do.
Yes, and that is a thing where I tend to get lost in these discussions, because one of the problems is when people specifically bring up the Dark Souls easy mode discussion, they don't really give an idea of what kind of disability are we talking about. They say, they basically just say, I am disabled, I can't beat this game, it should be easier. And just telling someone make the game easier is not a helpful mark to work towards any solution.
It's not, but at the same time, not everyone playing a game is a game designer and can like approach things with like solutions like that.
And also, and that is another thing, as I pointed out, the whole point of a game is not that you're not supposed to be able to clear it in a short amount of time or a short amount of attempts. It is supposed to be a complete struggle from start to finish. This game should feel like it is hopelessly, oppressively difficult, because the whole world building in Dark Souls is based on the idea that you're doing this absolutely impossible task ahead of you. And I feel like a lot of the game is not about proving that you're better than others, which is unfortunately a lot how the community puts it. It is really supposed to not be like that a lot of people will complete it. It is supposed to be for the kind of... It's really just for the kind of people who can stand playing it for so long and just constantly redoing these sections over and over until they memorize them.
Yeah, but at the same time, you have like, you mentioned the community being a part of the problem. That's definitely it. But like, there's also like the factor of the fact that these are ultimately, at the end of the day, starting with Dark Souls and onward. You could argue Demon Souls is different, but Dark Souls and onward, these games were marketed to a mass market. They are AAA games marketed to like, they are games that everyone is kind of expected to engage with, in the same way as like everyone, like quote unquote everyone, is gonna end up playing a Zelda game, for example. And when it then becomes a factor of like both the publisher going really all in on marketing about how difficult this game is gonna be and how much you're gonna die and stuff like that. That kind of emboldens fan base that puts the value entirely in like how good you are at games, and like justifies their perspective on things. And in turn, if someone is struggling, even like they don't even need to ask for like any changes to be made. They can just mention that they are having a hard time with the game, and that'll be seen as enough of a reason to like pin them down as like someone who shouldn't be engaging with the medium, even though it's a mass market medium. Which is itself a big part of the problem, we feel, because like we've talked about it before, like we like Dark Souls, have not finished Dark Souls. A lot of the time we thought Dark Souls was terribly designed. A lot of times we thought it was Dark Souls was brilliantly designed. But like the biggest turnoff for us, honestly, was just this constant push from both fans and Bandai Namco of like, oh, this is like the true hardcore video game that real gamers can beat, and if you can't beat it, you are like a loser. Which like doesn't really like sit well, because even if we struggle with the game, we can't even feel like, oh yeah, well that's the point, because everyone who has finished it then blows back with, oh, it's not that hard, I beat it.
One of the things I'm always trying to say is like, it's not that I try to deny that Dark Souls is hard, it's that I think the way Dark Souls is hard is not the only way you can make a hard video game, and there's other accomplishments in games that I think are just as impressive, if not more so, than what people have accomplished in Dark Souls.
Yeah.
And it's this like angle that is really hard to go for, because people who are on Camp Dark Souls are saying like, oh no, this is the hardest game, you're just being a scrub and making excuses why you don't think this is the hardest game. And then there's people who don't like Dark Souls and think like, oh no, this game's way too hard, and don't say otherwise. It's it's never what I'm going for.
Yeah. God, the fucking server is dead.
Oh my god, in Europe, 4 AM, people aren't playing. That's not a surprise.
Yeah, we know. It's frustrating. But yeah, like, and another thing is just the issue of like, having like the balance, you know? Like, take Stranger of Paradise. Not sure if you remember, but Stranger of Paradise, we have the normal difficulty setting in that up until the final boss.
Yep.
And the final boss we lowered to E, which made it too easy. But the normal boss was just like, we could not beat that. No matter how much we pushed that, we were not gonna beat that. And we realized that. We were like, we're gonna have to lower to easy. And it was like, that's a different issue. Because there the issue isn't the lack of an easy mode or lack of accessibility or even like the game itself being too difficult overall. There it's a case of like, this was fine until it wasn't. And that's really tricky, because like obviously like every game is unevenly designed at all points. And it's really difficult to know exactly when you are making things harder, because you are supposed to push the challenge up a bit now, and when you are, you know, completely just forgetting that there are gonna be people who haven't developed this game playing this game.
Yeah, one of the more difficult ones where I really don't know how to do it the best way is games like Baldur's Gate 3. Because as someone who does know how D&D optimization works, this game, even on the hardest difficulty, is not a challenge at all. But the whole thing is that has nothing to do with skill. It is simply that I just know what the strategy is. It does not take me skill to accomplish that. I just know what's broken in this game and I can just do it, and then it's like a done deal. So the whole point of a difficulty has nothing to do with how good the player is at tactical assessment. It is simply a check of how much does the player actually know about this game.
Yeah.
And
that's the other thing, like, people get so stuck in viewing difficulty as like reaction based actions, right?
yeah.
But like strategy, for example, is a completely different thing. And like in general, games where strategy is like the main hurdle, like when it's about figuring out a strategy, there's rarely any way to that the developers put in to like alter and change the strategic aspects to make it simpler in case someone can't do that.
Yeah.
They instead go for the stuff that's designed for like reactionary stuff with like just basic like lowering of stats, changing of like timing. And it's like we would love to see a game that like Baldur's Gate 3, where if you play the game on a harder or an easier setting, it changes how you strategically have to approach things, rather than just things now hit harder or less hard, you know? Maybe Baldur's Gate was a bad example because we haven't actually played that from difficult settings, but it meant just like the genre in general.
I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 does go in that direction, because I know, for example, that the hard mode, I forgot what's challenge mode and heroic mode, that's the ones. Heroic mode has specific boss mechanics that aren't present in the previous difficulties, so it already kind of goes in that direction.
Yeah, but that's not really the same thing either.
Yeah, it's not the same thing either, but it's more than just a numerical bonus to boss.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just saying it goes in the direction. I didn't say it does it. And the other thing is also when you start being able to set a lot of things in the game, it gets a bit weird, because, for example, beating the AI on Deity and Civilization is not easy. However, getting the achievement for having beaten the Deity AIs is actually pathetically easy. Because what you can just do is you set yourself in a team with 4 Deity AIs against 3 Deity AIs, and either just set the turn limit to 1 turn and even win immediately, or just watch them beat up them with superior numbers, and then you still get the achievement.
Yeah.
Like, that's of course not, that has nothing to do with skill. You can like completely skip through the game and let them do all the work and just not bother playing. But that's another thing. Like, no one who would play like that would say, I can beat the Deity AI. Okay, like some people might, but not a normal self-assessment would not say I'm good enough to do it. So in that sense, that's, I'm not sure how to put that point, but there's like, you can't really replace the sense of trying to accomplish something by just adding more toggles to it.
Yeah.
all the achievements in Civ are really, I think most of them are really easy to get. I'm not sure, there's some really weird ones where you have to do very specific things, but a lot of the achievements are really, really easy to get because the game lets you set so much up about how the game plays and how much you set it up that you can make it yourself as easy as you fucking want to in the game. But very, very few people will ever do that because that just getting these achievements is so worthless in this sense.
Yeah. So we were thinking, SimCity. Let's take SimCity.
Okay.
Or rather, a game like SimCity, or like a city-based, a city builder game.
Okay.
Those games rely on like building infrastructure, handling economy, listening to like advisors, and responding to public demands, etc., etc. You can like set speeds, how fast the game moves. Pause the game to take things at your own pace. All well and good. We would love to see a game like that where you can set the simplicity of those tasks. Like, how much do you actually need to understand actual city infrastructure or actual complicated mayoral economy? Like, make it like actually about the details in the player knowledge and have that be the quote-unquote difficulty aspects that you work with. We don't know if there is a game like that, but we would love to see it be attempted. Because that's kind of what we're thinking about. Like a game where like changing the difficulty means altering the way your brain is processing this, you know? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm thinking of it right now because the only kind of way I can think about it is it's not really bad, but it goes in that direction. Is in Galactic Civilizations. The way what you can do in this game is it has a lot of different things: diplomacy, economy, military, and so on and so on. And what it lets you do is you can set CPU advisors so that they automatically control these aspects of the game. So you can basically opt in and opt out of specific management aspects of the game.
Yeah.
It's not really changing the complexity of a game, so it doesn't quite fulfill that, but it is the closest thing I could at least think of right now for that.
Thinking about it now, like, it would be really fascinating to see, like...
The way I just imagined it is like, if you could just skip steps in Anno's production chains and just have simpler production chains.
Because we're thinking, like, a lot of the times when, like, we look at certain games that we would like to get into, they end up being complicated in a way that, like, we just can't really handle. We're talking, like, a lot of, like, the more complicated base games, for example.
Yeah.
Like EVE Online, for example. to go to an extreme, you know? Like, as much as we love spreadsheets, like, EVE Online is the kind of game where, like, we look at it and we go, we could imagine being into a game like this, but this is too complex in, like, what you need to deal with for us to enjoy it. Obviously, EVE Online is an online game that changes things, but, like, we're just talking in general.
My main knowledge about EVE Online is about its weird way of moderation handling. You probably know this if you even considered going into EVE Online, but EVE Online has this policy of, as long as you're not doing something illegal, we will not sanction it.
Yeah.
So if people want to brief others of the game, then they are explicitly doing this with the permission of the developers, because they want people to be able to do that. And they have mechanics to newbie protect, but just as much will players try and find ways around it and just specifically farm newbies because they don't want new players to play the game. And the whole point of it is, from the developer's perspective, is that basically the community decides for themselves what kind of community they want to be, which I think is frankly a terrifying and terrible idea with how the game has been developing. But you know, it's this weird free speech paradoxon, of course, at play here. Because there is never going to be any serious repercussions of being an asshole in that game, because the whole thing just turns into an endurance contest of who can take more shit from the other person.
Yeah.
And anyways, complex space games. Well, I don't actually know how complex EVE Online is. I just know intense space mechanics. When I think complicated space game, I first think of Aurora 4X, which is literally just this is. I'm really trying hard not to use the word autism here, but I actually don't know how outside of a hyperfixation anyone is able to play that game. It is so ridiculously complicated, beyond any game I can even imagine. The game is functionally turn-based, but it does not play on turns, it plays on time units. You can skip individual seconds, you can skip entire months if you want to. You can basically manually let the time progress like a turn button. And why is this important? Because this game simulates everything. And from everything, I mean everything from a macro level, how your colonies run, how many ships you build, down to individual projectiles in space combat.
Yeah.
Your missiles have hit points, your missiles can have multiple stages with different programming. You can program an AI to have a missile payload to do certain things when you fire them off. This is the level of complexity we're dealing with here.
Yeah. We saw something. So this is an issue that we actually have. RTS games. We love RTS games. But we are too slow to play RTS games. Like, we can think through every single thing you need to do in an RTS game to win. Like, it doesn't matter if it's Age of Empires, or if it's fucking Command & Conquer, or if Total Annihilation, or like it doesn't matter. Like, we can fit all that information in our head. We can understand the strategies. We can figure out what we need to do, what order we need to do it. But we cannot execute it fast enough. Our brain doesn't operate fast enough.
Yeah.
And that is the kind of thing we've been thinking like how would you solve that? Because we like those games. But like, how can we actually play them against other people when we're too slow to keep up with them? You know?
That's gonna be the crux of the issue. Other people. Even if we make a game, like, for example, I know this about Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 was specifically designed with the idea that StarCraft was so intensive on the micromanagement and required inputs in the game to play that they designed Warcraft 3 to be much slower paced, that you don't need high amounts of APM to play the game effectively. But still, it's not useless. It's still very, very much an advantage. Play faster than your opponent in a real-time game. And to be honest, I don't even know if there is a to, at least in terms of playing it against other people.
Yeah, because our solution has been, lose every single Age of Empires game you ever play multiplayer, and then win in Civilization. It's a turn-based.
Yeah,
like,
and I think the problem is really just you can't make a game where the people who are better lose unless you make it completely random.
Yeah, because a lot of those games have speed settings, but that doesn't work either, because if you lower the speed setting, we just get annoyed.
Yeah, and what I was gonna bring up is actually my perfect example for that is just chess. If you're playing against a better chess player, you're losing. There's no outsmarting them. If they're better at chess than you, then they're better at chess than you, and there's fucking nothing you can do about it.
Well,
it's a very cruel game in that regard.
We don't agree with that though, because with chess, you can learn to be a better chess player.
Yes. But then you would no longer be the worst player.
Yeah, of course, sure. But in an RTS game, at least in our case, the issue isn't that we don't know what to do. It's that there's a barrier, you know? It's we don't know if it's because of our neurodivergence, else, but we can't go faster than we are.
Excuse me, I know you didn't say it, but I just understood it's because of my neurotic virgins. That's very funny. But yeah,
we've been wanting to figure out a way to solve it, because that's actually one of the reasons why we don't play much RTS anymore. Because we'll be oh hey, do you want to play an RTS game? And we're we would love to, but we know we're gonna lose big time. And it's gonna be really, really embarrassing, because by the time we are putting things together, you will be twice as far ahead, and it's not gonna work. But if we play a turn-based game, here's Might and Magic, Civilization, then we can keep up. If we play a board game, keep up. As soon as it becomes real time, that's the issue. And also, we can't have this problem with this game as well. Over the 14. Our main job is black mage. We know perfectly how to do an ideal black mage rotation. We know every button is. We know exactly how to move about. We know exactly what to dodge and everything we need to do. We have good reaction speed. But we can't execute things at the speed we sometimes have to do.
Just so we're clear, you're either intentionally taking the tornadoes or you're distracted from talking. You're not making a good case for yourself about knowing what.
We are not paying attention to what's going on. We don't even know how this boss fight works because they changed it. We don't like it. That's a different issue. But
it's just very funny when you talk about how you know when you keep getting hit by these tornadoes.
but I mean, it is kind of relevant too, because things like this, keeping track of environmental stuff, is one of the things we struggle with in this game, around the arena. And actually, that's part of why we started using the keyboard controls, because we are faster at looking with them. But
I think you might be mistaken about the idea that the problem is the speed. I think the problem is if speed is the issue, it's the speed of perceiving and acknowledging things.
Maybe.
I don't think the problem for you would be if you had if this competition was specifically about let's say, a specific BO, if you can click that build faster than I can, I don't think you would struggle in that specific competition. The problem is like, you have to build your base, and then you have to scout, and you have to keep both of these things inside and correctly react to the information given. And just processing all these things at once is really difficult. And I say this because I know a bunch of people with autism who all struggle with this specific aspect of games.
Yeah. No, you are right, absolutely. But like even I don't know, like our brother really likes Age of Empires 2, like among other things. But like Age of Empires 2 is a game that he likes a lot, and we played a lot of Age of Empires 2 against him, and that was where we really started to notice it, right? Where like even if we know exactly what we need to do, we will not execute it fast enough, you know? And we don't know, it has become a barrier for us, cause, like, we don't really play RTS games anymore as a result. Like, and like sometimes it's even a problem with like non-multiplayer things, because like we got Age of Empires 4 when we had Xbox Game Pass, and we really liked it. We really liked Age of Empires 4. We thought it was really fucking good. That we were having a great time with it. But and like we could do a pretty decent skirmish match and win. But like if we like added multiple opponents, we just couldn't manage it fast enough. Like we can't process the information fast enough. Yeah, we're not sure what the solution is there. Like, there might not be one, but if there is one, it has not been figured out yet by game developers.
Yeah. I do also like kind of RTS games, and I also think that I'm kind of spoiled. But it's hard to assess that if I've never seen you actually play these games.
Yeah, we should play at some point.
Like, it's kind of like I have to basically take you for your word what the problem is.
Yeah. I mean, that's actually one of the reasons why we haven't played on RTS games on stream as well. Because, like... Yeah.
I can only tell you, with my friend group, I played a bunch of card games with them, and I don't consider myself like a massive tactician in these games, and I know a bunch of players who are better than me, but when I play against my friends, I am usually the one winning all the time.
Yeah. I mean, card games
doesn't
are pretty
even
good,
matter
actually.
which card game it is, and one of the things I have like maybe unfairly assessed about them, most of them are autistic, and a lot of the time I just feel that making reads is very difficult for someone on the autistic spectrum. And in RTS games, if you know what your opponent is up to, you can counter them so severely on that front. And even if they can play at a really decent pace, even if they play faster than me, if I know what my opponent is up to, they don't, I can beat someone so hard in these games, even if they're quote-unquote better than me.
We just realized something. Some of those games have handicap mode, right? Like start you with like additional resources.
Yeah, and also give like unit upkeep or different other bonuses or penalties.
I wonder if that would be enough to help it. We haven't actually used them. Because like, obviously if you don't need to worry as much about, for example, starting resources, the fact that the other player is able to start gathering resources faster will not be as much of an issue. It might balance it out a little bit. It depends on the game, but we're thinking Age of Empires right now, because that's the one we've been talking about mainly. Another issue as well there, it's just that RTS games...
handicap in Age of Empires 2 is scaling the units, so it's like 50% handicap is like the all units have like half health and damage.
Oh, that we wouldn't want that. That's yeah. But like fuck. What were we thinking? Now we're tired. That's a different issue.
I know in Civ it works you have production bonuses and stuff like that.
RTS games. So one of the issues we have with RTS games is that RTS games, unlike something like Civilization, almost all RTS games are same basic structure when it comes to like your options. They're all tend to be focused on wargaming. So like in Civilization, we talked about this before, but like Civilization, our favorite way of playing is not doing conquest. We can't do conquest. We're not bad at doing conquest, but like that's not what we enjoy. And we think like in in a game like Age of Empires or Command & Conquer or Warcraft, if there was another way to obtain victory other than through just wiping out the opponent, that can potentially change things, because there's a mode in Age of Empires called something, where the goal is to kill a particular NPC.
Regicide.
Thank you. And that mode we are able to keep up with better, because it doesn't become the same thing of like just like
in that
creating the bigger
case,
army to destroy the entire base.
In that case, there is a game I actually know about that you might like, and it's called World Trading Company. This RTS game set on Mars, and there is no military way of playing this game. The way it works is you have a trading company and you need to gather and collect resources, and you have a market system where you can trade it. And the whole thing is that you try to take economic control of the sector on Mars. You can buy regions to expand your influence. You can either sabotage your opponents or you can try and price them out on the market. It is purely economical, the game. It does not.
That actually sounds really fun, yeah. Because
it's
yeah, like
only RTS I can think of that is actually not and based on military victory.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like, Age of Empires does have some you're about to say non-lethal, that's the wrong word. Pacifist game modes, game victories as well. Age of Empires 3 in particular did that. But it's not very well done. Like in Age of Empires 2, the way you do it is just, if you're allies with everyone still alive, you win. It's like, okay, that just means that someone who wants to win on their own is not gonna accept becoming allies with you. We got level 43, not quite level 50. Maybe we can start playing as a different class and then level more on Dragoon. In between.
I just caught myself lying, because the problem is I was thinking RTS on like, this is a map and you left click units and you right click move them. Open Transport Tycoon is obviously an RTS game.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Transport Tycoon, Roller Coaster Tycoon, a bunch of those. A bunch of building. Hell, SimCity. We mentioned SimCity earlier.
I was specifically thinking about games you can play against other players that you can't play Roller Coaster Tycoon against other people.
But you should.
Yeah, you should. There's even this whole...
You can play co-op.
Do you know that one rumor about Roller Coaster Tycoon where supposedly if you launch roller coasters over your park borders that you shoot them into other parks and they tank their ratings because they die in their park and not yours?
Yes.
Complete nonsense fabrication, but funny rumor.
Did you know that SimCity 2013 had like SimCity 2013 was like an online-only game? That's kind of why it got such bad reviews and stuff, because it wasn't playable launch. But
that's not the only reason, but yes.
It was a big reason. We say that as someone who went to the review event, wrote a glowing review for the game, and got shat on really hard for it, because when we came home and posted a review, no one could play the game, and we had the highest review on like any video game site at the time. But that game, you could do that had that aspect of like you could have cities in the same world as other players and like trade and affect and have people move from city to city. Having that with like Roller Coaster Tycoon would be really fun.
Absolutely.
There is a co-op mode in OpenRCT too, which is pretty cool too.
Yeah, but that's not playing against each other.
Oh no, but you know, still multiplayer.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's true, that's true.
We are gonna... What do you mean too far away? How the fuck is this player too far away? Oh, it's not a player, it's an NPC. Never mind. We're gonna move to the end. Yeah, RTS games. What did you say that Mars game was called, by the way?
Off-World Trading Company.
Off-World Trading Company. Oh, that's a lot of DLC. Add to wish list. Okay, cool. God, that's a lot of DLC. But let's see what the game looks like. Okay. Yeah. This looks really interesting. And we like Mars. And we like space colonial stuff. That's fun. We play Terraforming Mars.
Oh yeah. I played Surviving Mars. I did like that game. And I did play the sequel Surviving the Aftermath at ParadoxCon. But not the actual full game.
Have you played Terraforming Mars?
Trying to think what that game was like.
It's a board game.
Old one.
It's a Swedish board game, but it's like it has an international release.
Oh, the board game. Oh, I was thinking of a computer game, so no, I wasn't thinking of the same one.
No, Terraform Mars is really fun. Yeah.
The computer game is sort of based on the board game, but it does not play like it.
Okay.
I can tell because I see hex tiles on the board game and the entire planet, and that's not remotely how the computer game looks like.
Yeah. Okay. We would like to say a very special thank you to our supporters. Month, Medi, Alanadi, Aya, Bar of Dirt, Kaylee, Sheetking21, Fade Leaf, Garden, Harhase, Hikiriniume, Hokase, James M, Jonathan H, Use, Kid Stubbs, Loose Queen, Microsblue, Moto, Rain, Ralph H, Rum Ray, Second Music, Samaran 7, Shadow Winchester, Sean Peterson, Federal News, Servant11, and Cleody. Thank you so much for supporting us. Links on screen, description. You all know the drill. Oblivion tomorrow, hopefully. Happy Easter. Take care.
Happy Easter and goodbye.